Hello all, how are you? Greetings from the headquarters of Hack the Box. I'm Soti, aka Roadrunner, community manager for Hack the Box, and I have with me here my baby, the hacker dog, Hack the Dog, as many said at the last stream. Yes, so I'm here, Roadrunner, head of community for Hack the Box. Really happy and honored to be with you because let's not take it for granted that we are here every day and we have our health and everything. And also, this is Proxy, the dog of Hack the Box. She will be joining us with the stream. She actually loves to watch Ippsec. And yeah, she's also excited to be here. So, yes, so I will leave her down. So, how are you, all of you guys? What's up? Hope everyone right now is safe, is happy. Whatever is happening in your side of the world, have faith and patience, and everything will go okay. There are difficult days around the world, unfortunately, for everyone, and we will be like, okay, we're doing a stream. Yes, it's for hacking. But also we're trying to help with our mission as Hack the Box, and we're going to explain in a few how everyone is doing. Do you want to type in the comments? I am in the headquarters of Hack the Box in Athens. And where are you all? Let's see some of the chat. Where are you? Today I look nervous. Yes, I was a little nervous because I had an accident coming here, but everything is perfect. You're from Los Angeles. Nice. Okay. I have never been there. I hope everything is okay. UK. Oh my God. Yes. Our other place of Hack the Box. The original headquarters. Germany, nice to meet you all over there. We are looking forward to come over. Slovakia, Singapore, India, Jordan. Oh my God. I really wanted to go there. Many people from America, Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, Texas, Florida, Ohio. God, we are a lot. Kenya, nice. Barcelona. Okay, so we gathered all of us here today in order to have amazing hacking workshops with some of your amazing and lovely idols. From Hack the Box, and not only, NahamSec and the CertBros are also presenting. And the talks at this time, in Hack the Box, we're trying to experiment a little bit with everything that we show to you in these streams. We decided that we are going to keep it hacking only. Given that, we are having just one talk from me. I'm going to present you everything that is about the CTF and all the details, all the tips and tricks that you need to know. And then we are going to have our amazing Panawesome. He's the CTF delivery manager for Hack the Box, so he's actually responsible for the things that you will see tomorrow. And running everything end-to-end. So if something you don't like it and it's not running end-to-end, Panawesome, go find him. But joking, he has done an amazing work with Makellaris and the whole content team, and of course Infra. Next, we are going to have Darkstar. Darkstar, all of you know him. He was previously working as community member for the rest of the cybersecurity companies, not that there are too many, and also can try hack me. But now he joined Hack the Box, no wondering why. And then we will be having Darkstar that he's going to show you how to use your local community in order to become a better hacker. Then what we have is ZeroXDF, solving your favorite ZeroXDF, David, that is going to, thank you so much for helping, and that is going to solve some of the past year challenges. Then we have your lovely, and not only, you're amazing, and bug bounty notorious person, NahamSec. NahamSec, thank you so much for helping. He's going to solve live some hacking, not live, pre-recorded, some hacking challenges and give you some tips and tricks for beginners. And if I remember correctly, last time he didn't even read the write-up and he solved it live. And we had some things. That's why I really cannot wait how it turns out. Then we have the talk that I'm anticipating to see, not that the rest are not, because I have kept it also for me as a surprise, the talk that we have today. It is give me 1 second, that I forgot. Here she is. Perfect. So what we're going to have today is proxy. No. What we're going to have today is the talk by Ippsec, that is how to lose a pen tester in 10 days. So I don't know if it's because his favorite movie is the How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days or something like that. I believe he's going to explain everything in the stream that I am really looking forward to see. And then last but not least, a complete beginner's guide to hacking by CertBros. Not is like the best for last, but because we did, I don't know if you follow our Instagram, but if you do, go over to our Instagram Hack the Box, and we did there a Q&A with some questions. And the most popular question, it must be, I'm a beginner and I know nothing about hacking, what to do? So first of all, this year, we changed things a little bit. And I'm going to show how. Yes, you can. And one of the most amazing things that we having this year is that we have very beginner challenges and tracks. The talks today that are going to help you solve the CTF, and of course, an amazing support system that we renovated for this CTF on our Discord. So yes, I think everything is going on your side. So join. We will not go on a break. We will start right in because I rambled. Let's start. Perfect. So, CTF tips, tricks, and Easter eggs. I think this is better. Yes. So, as I said, I'm head of community for Hack the Box, Roadrunner. Who am I? To be honest, I'm pretty much wondering myself. There are many years that I'm in this field. No, though, it doesn't seem like it. Who am I? So I put some pictures from last year. And after COVID, you can see we were quite busy when we traveled a lot. So if you want to know something about me, if you have never seen our streams before, I'm handling the community of Hack the Box. I've said that a million times. Must be that because I'm proud of it. Joined as a member since the platform was created in 2017. And I worked as a moderator, then started working here officially in 2019 on the day of my birthday, and got promoted this October to head of community. Before that, I studied computer science and a master in information security. I was a CTF player forever, and I have done all pro labs throughout also my career in Hack the Box. Not all pro labs, Dante, Offshore, Rasta, and before that, I was working for 2.5 years as a penetration tester at Ernst & Young, which was an amazing opportunity and experience for me, and I loved hacking. And before that, I was a sysadmin and developer. And guess what? Why am I called Roadrunner? Because I love to run. I'm a marathon runner. I love yoga. I was a professional swimmer, and I am a traveler because of Hack the Box also. But yeah, here you can see with Katie Paxton inside her PhD photos from Rome Hack, from Eco Party, from DEF CON, the one with many people down right. So yeah, that was past year, and we're looking forward for a more amazing year. So cyber apocalypse. Why? Unfortunately, the GIF is not playing. Damn. So, why cyber apocalypse? The first reason would be because all of you will be getting certified. At the end of the CTF, all of the effort that you will put into, you will actually be able to take credit for it. And take the credit from Hack the Box. And you know, we are pretty much many years in cybersecurity industry. That means where we put our signature, something means. So you will get the points, how much you completed, your rank, your progress, everything. So not just like you came 100 out of I don't know how many. It is quite explanatory. So do it even for the brag. And because we have amazing gamified content. And what do we mean that? We have an amazing theme in the CTF that I'm going to deep dive in a few. And when you're playing the challenges, when we say in Hack the Box that we do hacking and gamification of hacking, it's not just because it is a beautiful UI in the platform or also beautiful UI in the stream, in the challenge, but also they are themed. So as long as you play the challenges, you will actually know how the storyline progresses. So the storyline that we will say in a few. If you want to know what happens at the end and you want to hack with some challenges and the challenges will put you in a story and actually it's very thrilling. It's like gaming through hacking. Try them out. Meet cool people. Nothing else. On Discord, if you have seen also now on our social with the MVP program, most valuable players of Hack the Box going crazy. The most amazing people are hanging out on Discord and they contribute not only our mod team, the top players, the people that help us to spread the word, from content creators to people that host meetups. So I completely suggest you, if you have to do one thing, even if you don't play the challenges, just join Discord in order to see the discussions. And we have an amazing support system and everything is going to be there. I will explain in a few. The content is, I will deep dive again for this in a few, but is state-of-the-art hacking techniques that the team worked really hard in order to put together. And they are from very beginner to advanced. What else do you want? CTFs, okay, at the end of the day, you will say, okay, these are all amazing, but this is CTF. Well, how is this going to help me? There is no way that you are playing and you are trying to solve a lot of things and you are researching and this knowledge doesn't stay with you. It doesn't matter if you come first or second or anything. The only thing that matters is that you will research. And from that, anything that you will learn, all these 5 days will stay with you. And I know that the CTFs are saying, or some content is to CTF or anything, but our team are experts in this field. And if they put together this content just for you, for the cyber apocalypse, the CTF that we wait all year to host, it means something. So try it out. And what else? 2 past editions were amazing. I will go in a few to say some things about it. Prizes, the top teams are going to win. But as I say here in the slide, there are some prizes that you win and there's some prizes you gain. And it's about the gains. Yes, the gains in the knowledge that you will get from playing the CTF, but also top 3 teams get prizes. And I will get into the prizes more in detail in a few. Last but not least, of course, Hack for Good. We will again explain what this is, the experience. I will go back to Hack for Good. Hack for Good because in Hack the Box, if you see every year at the community CTF, we try to provide through hacking to raise awareness for some important causes for us, for the community team and the company. This year, our heart is broken from some things happening across the world, and we wanted to donate some of our profits there. You have to do nothing. Just if you play the CTF and you raise awareness about it, it means the world to us because it actually helps us grow and helps us support more the causes that we're really passionate about as a community team and the company that supports all these initiatives. Last but not last, then it's the experience. There are many things in life that you might forget, but the 5 days that you sat down by yourself or with your team, because yes, you can play by yourself. You don't need to have a team, or you can team up on Discord. All this experience of the 5 days, maybe not sleeping, maybe trying, maybe I don't know what, you will not forget it and you will be grateful for that. When you are older, trust me, you will remember those days and you will be like, oh my God, do you remember how amazing it was? Actually, today, after this CTF, we are having a little bit gathering with my old CTF team in order to chat, discuss, and all things hiking maybe. But through CTFs, you can make amazing friends, and they're amazing experience that are going to last for life. And it's free and it's for 5 days. Come on. Even if you don't have time one day, maybe you have the other. Try to play. And we guarantee this is going to change your skills. And as it was said in a series, last but not least, yes, it's free and for 5 days. I will jump into this. If you're alone and you do not have someone to play with, try to join and play whatever you can. We say that the very beginner challenges are very beginner and are going to help you and support you in order to solve them. So go ahead and try to solve those challenges, even if you're alone, or go to Discord in order to find your pair. And it's for 5 days. Tune in, go back, tune in, go back. And why we insist so much? Because afterwards, all the people that are in the CTF have access also to the CTF party. They are automatically migrated. So what that means is that if you play and you join the CTF all these days, then you will have access to the CTF party that we will be putting up, and you will be able to spawn all dockers, do anything that you want, and speak with everyone for solutions. You know, now on Discord, you cannot discuss solutions or exchange flags or anything. But then after the CTF, we will be leaving everything up for 2 days, and we will see more depending on your demand, to play the challenges, keep your screenshots, try your solvers again, try to do alternate solutions you didn't have time to do. So all these things. So yes, sometimes when things are not good, even in the CTF, and you're disappointed, all you have to do is join a fabulous party. And believe us, the fabulous party that happens after in Discord, that people exchange hints, exchange experiences, unorthodox things that happened, it's an amazing opportunity. And you may say, why I have to join the CTF? What's the reason behind it? Well, we have the POC. As you can see from last year, the numbers are growing each year massively. Actually, if any one of you joined the first year, we had a downtime because we didn't believe the platform and the CTF would be so successful. It was actually DDoS to our platform, not that anyone DDoS. We didn't believe so many people would join because like an hour before the CTF, there were 5K. And at the time the CTF started, I don't know what happened. It was like everyone was waiting to join at that time. So by joining the CTF, it was like basically DDoS to the platform. But it's okay. Thank you for your patience and the amazing memes that you shared. If you have seen our social media, and kudos to the social media team, we love the memes. So go ahead and create as many as you want. And even for me, I know my accent sometimes is weird. And we had many challenges. But all of this that you see here, the number of solves, the anything will change. Because this year, we are going even bigger. But before we go, how we go even bigger this year, I will go a little bit and discuss about the theme. So I'm very happy that also the key character of this CTF is Pandora. It's really intense. It's like Lara Croft meeting Ippsec. So imagine this combination, which is Pandora. So if you have seen in the past, actually now, in the Galactic Ministry of Spies that were also part of the CTF last year, they found some communications from aliens underground the Earth, trying to connect, of course, with their own planet. And what they want to do is actually they want to populate in our planet and take over. Where did this happen and how this can happen? There is a specific relic that if you enable it, you can actually raise all the aliens that are inside the Earth. And it will be how they can be hiding inside the Earth in tombs, etc. Well, because do you remember many years ago that dinosaurs extinct? Well, it was because there was a massive blow-up from the aliens to the planet Earth, and they came in order to stay, because they know that sometime their planet is going to extinct, so they're going to use our planet in order to populate and live. So they're under the surface right now, they're sleeping, but there is this amazing relic that they're going to make them go alive. This relic, after many years ago, it was found after another failed mission from aliens to the Earth. It was found in Egypt, where an emperor took it, a pharaoh, and hold it in order to actually use it against the whole world and have limitless power. When that pharaoh died, they added the artifact with him. So now we come to today. The Intergalactic Ministry of Spies is requesting from Pandora to go out, hack everything, find all resources, search everywhere in the world, search in all tombs in Egypt, and like another Lara Croft or Indiana Jones that has also amazing hacking skills, to hack all the communications, to hack all the infrastructures that they have hijacked, to do anything in order to find the artifact first and destroy it before the aliens. So this is this year. Yes, it's very different from what we did last year because, yes, we wanted to change a little bit since everything was so much in the space and everything. Now it is in Egypt. Therefore, also the music. And to add, because I heard many people that they love the music, we have an amazing Spotify playlist if you want to listen to it more on our Spotify. So go to Hack the Box and there you will see the Spotify playlist for CTF to play, to listen while you hack. And kudos to our amazing design team that created also some comics out of it. You can find them in our social. Many people asked if they're going to print them. We didn't have that also in plans, but if it's something that you are really eager to do, maybe we could. So yes, try to watch them and read them. They're also in our platform, they are on the social, anything. So we created our own comic book this year. And let's go to the important things. Damn, the GIF is not playing. Yes, that was a good GIF. So I forgot also the 10-paragraph title, a little bit of a bummer. But yeah, the CTF starts on tomorrow. Why am I searching? The CTF starts tomorrow, 1 p.m. UTC, and it ends on Thursday, again, 1 p.m. UTC. There are 5 days. You can join at any time and any point you want. The prizes that we have this year are swag, services, and what else? You know us. We did it once and then you loved it. So of course, the top 2 teams are going to have cash and they can distribute it around the members however they want. If you want to know, to get support, to meet people, to get the guidelines, to understand what is happening, to chat with other people, or just to see what is going on, there is only one answer: Discord, our amazing team. From Discord, the moderators, and of course, Panawesome, an amazing CTF delivery manager, and Emma Sams, Darkstar, me, Makelaris, Wet Hands, Wild Spirit, DOGT, Wizard Alfredo, all of the clubbing, all of the content creators that we have in Hack the Box, they're going to be on the platform in our Discord, and they're going to reply to all of your questions. And we have a very nice support system if you go there to Cyber Apocalypse Support, which is like a forum, so you can read the replies from others, etc. And last but not least, the after party. So yes, if life is not going well, what you have to do sometimes is attend a fabulous party. And what more than an amazing party with content, which I will explain in a few what we have, with all hackers in the world on your side to solve the challenges that you didn't have time to solve or you weren't able to solve or anything. To get posts, to write write-ups, to create videos, anything. We really want as a community team to promote creativity. So we do this party just for you, so you can join and have fun and create your write-ups, upload on your GitHubs, create your YouTubes. I believe CryptoCat for sure will do it. Shout out if you're here in the stream. That he creates for every CTF, I think we do. So yes, these are all the things that are important for the CTF, and they're important to you if you are interested for a fun week. So, the content. Well, the content is pretty amazing. There are not enough words to thank our team that put all these things together. So we said we're going very big this year, right? We have 70 challenges. I don't know what got into them. We were planning for 50, we're planning for less, but they were very inspired. And what they wanted is to provide a lot of beginner content. So that's why for the challenges this year, what we have is, my brain freeze. Yes. So we have from very beginner to hard challenges that are spread across 9 categories: web, pawn, crypto, reversing, forensics, hardware, MISC, and blockchain and machine learning. So yes, we will have all these challenges and are spread across from very beginner that are basically going to teach you how to hack, and then to the rest categories. And this is the last slide. Nice. And I'm almost on time. I never do that. Hacking for good. So there are many things happening in the world, yes. And unfortunately, we're very, not unfortunately, we saw also the things that happen now in Syria and Turkey, and the earthquakes and how many victims were affected, which is massive. So we're donating to Doctors Without Borders. And what we ask from you is maybe you want to retweet that post, or maybe you want to donate yourself, or just to be aware that there are some people around the world that need help. And maybe you can help by, I don't know, with your good thoughts. Even that sometimes help. And your positive energy, and our praise goes to everyone. So yes, that was it. That was all about the CTF. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going now to jump on the comments to see what is happening. If you have any questions, please bring them in. And I look forward to see all of you tomorrow in our scoreboard, to climb on the top, to share your feedback. And your feedback means the world to us, because this is how we make the CTF even better every year. And what I forgot to have there on the slides is that we are also on the CTF time. So if you have a CTF team and you're wondering what all these points are going to happen, what are going to happen to all those points, yes, they're going to be accumulated to your CTF profile. So you see, you got it all, and training and CTF and fun. Let me go back to the comments. If you have any questions, you get certificates if you have from I think 200 points and above, which is like just solving one challenge. Give you free points in Greek? No. Chaotic, you're pumped. Thank you so much for tuning in as well. Yes, there is war also in many places, we know. I wish we were able to help every single person and cause. Unfortunately, we can't. But for you, make sure to help the causes that means the most to you right now. What else? Can you publish write-ups? No, you cannot publish write-ups while the CTF is going. For sure not. Well, if you want to be banned from Hack the Box, go ahead. And not just for a week, forever. So no, hold your horses and submit the talks. Submit the write-ups right after the CTF ends. Makelaris, if you can help someone. I don't know if... Zymex. Hello, Zymex. Hello, Zizi. How are you? Perfect. No, so nothing. So I think we are... Hack the Post, which is currently retired. I think we do not have a favorite box, but for sure we have something amazing for you guys to try. We have the competitive mode that it was launched, and you can play machines in a whole different area, and we play seasons. Actually, this is what we released, the seasons. If you have not heard about it, this is our favorite thing now, the seasons of Hack the Pops. Any boot-to-root? No, for this machine, we do not have any boot-to-root machines. Thank you, Hack the Box. Yes, you're getting an authenticated user. Because you're not authenticated. Yes, in order to join and Hack the Box, and for us to understand that you have made, you have joined, actually, you need to create an account first to CTF platform. So go to ctf.hackthebox.com, create an account, and press join the CTF. Otherwise, how would we know who you are? If I'm not in a team, can I play alone? As I said, yes, you can play alone, and we completely encourage it. Because all of the content will be there also afterwards with videos and write-ups from all of you guys, and we will have the after party. So we encourage you to play it and try as much as you want the first days, maybe just the beginner category, and then move to the rest. So I think, where is Ippsec? Coming soon. You can watch our agenda on our page on hackthebox.com/cyberapocalypse2023, and you can see there the whole agenda. It's right after your midterm exams. Perfect. A very nice way to end your exams. Perfect. So I think that's it. We will go. Don't miss Ippsec. He's coming. Don't worry. We wouldn't leave you without Ippsec. And yeah, so thank you very much for tuning in. We are going to go straight ahead to the next talk that we're going to have, which is from the amazing CTF. So as I said, in this CTF, there is a person that is responsible end-to-end that everything goes straight ahead. So this person is going to present to you now his how to approach CTFs, how a pen tester should be playing CTFs. So let's give it up to Panawesome, an amazing hacker, an amazing colleague, and the one prepping with the rest of the team, the CTF. So let's give it up.
Hi everyone, this is Panos from Hack the Box, and we are going to go over one of last year's easy web challenges. And this was one of my favorite challenges, and we are going to go over how a pen tester would see a challenge like this, how a pen tester can benefit from something like this, and some of the general pen testing process guidelines. Why am I doing this presentation is, okay, a couple of things for me. I studied computer science, right? I did both my bachelor's and my master's in the Athens University of Economics and Business. I started being a CTF player with some guys that I learned from university, and that led me to landing my first job, being a penetration tester. And I was doing that for 4 years before joining Hack the Box. Right now, I'm working at the community CTF of Hack the Box, like Cyber Apocalypse, University CTF, all this stuff. And I wanted to show how a pen tester can benefit from all of this and how all these challenges are realistic, okay? So why would a pen tester would join a CTF once he already has a job or whatever? So it's a great learning opportunity. Good CTFs always provide you with new attacks and modern stuff and stuff that you haven't seen before. And it's very difficult to study everything by your own. Sometimes this gamified aspect will help you to get to your studies more quickly, like do your job and do the studying that it requires. Second of all, it's the hands-on practice. Reading about an attack is great. I like to read like write-ups and disclosures of vulnerabilities, but it's not the same as doing it. So you can either try to set up an environment. That's a great. You will learn probably more things actually by setting up the vulnerability yourself and the whole server and the infrastructure. But the reality is this will take a lot of time. And the CTFs are a great opportunity to do this without having to do everything, just the attack part. Second of all, if you are part of a pen testing team, you probably all of you like hacking. That's why you gather all this knowledge, right? So it's nice for teams to bond over doing something they like. They can do it on their work time or whatever, and they can play together and they can form alliances, see each other, the strength of each other. And I think it's a great team building opportunity overall. So when we're doing like a pen test, there are various kinds. So what you will most usually find is like the three different kinds of it that exist. So the first one is the black box penetration testing. That is, no information is required, like you know your client and that's pretty much it. Maybe you know if it is like something very specific that they want to test, but you have no information and nothing provided whatsoever. So the pros of this is like, this is the most realistic, that it looks like an attack, right? And but of course you will miss a lot of stuff probably, because you will not find everything if it's big enough, the organization, and it's time consuming because you have to spend a lot of time of the assessment, try to discover new things and try to understand how things like this work. So at the other end of the spectrum is the white box penetration test. That's the most thorough of all the methods. So you are provided everything, and this includes the code. So this can be time consuming, but this you can be sure that that you will find the most things, right? But since if you are not an in-house team, it's not so usual for people to just give you their code and their backend infrastructure to external providers of pen test. So as an external pen tester, the most usual stuff that you will do is what we call a gray box penetration testing. That means some of the information is provided, like your client will tell you some things that you will need to know in order to do a more thorough test. That can mean that the endpoints, that can mean the logic behind the application to see if you can bypass this logic. That can be, usually they give you accounts. For example, if you have a web application that have like a user role and an administrator role, there is a chance that you will get credentials for both these roles, right? And this is kind of a balance between the two, and this is actually, I think, the most often, at least in my experience. So let's start to talk about things that we see in CTFs, login screens. Okay, so if you recognize this picture or a picture like this, it's if you try to Google about SQL injection, this is the image that most usually gets brought up, right? Like the example that you have, that you can use SQLi to bypass a login screen. That is nice, and this is nice for a very easy challenge in a CTF. But the reality is, I don't think there is that much SQL injection in login forms. I think in my career, I have never found anything, and I have never heard anyone finding anything. Then the reality is like, web developers know about this, so they will probably do a correct job in this. And what you can find in login screens, the second thought is like brute forcing, but the reality is if you do not know the username or the password, try to brute force both. It can be time consuming at first and very complex, and it will take forever. And all these attempts will trigger all the different alarms that a SOC might have, like the traffic would be too much from a single IP and they will be notified of your attack. So one common thing that you find a lot is what we call a username enumeration. That means if I try to type the name admin, I will get a password, an error message saying that the password I provided for admin is wrong. But if I use my name Panos, for example, and there is not a Panos user, I will get that the user Panos does not exist. That makes it easier, the brute forcing part. First of all, because you can brute force all the usernames and you can find the usernames. And once you know for sure that the usernames are what they are, you can try to brute force the password after that point. Then there is about what we're talking about severity. Okay, how important, not important, how dangerous vulnerabilities. In this example, you have the same vulnerability, like a cross-site scripting vulnerability. But in the one example, you get just some code execution that you cannot use for many things. And in the second part, you can see that the code that you run has access to some things like the document cookie value, which can be can be really critical if as we will see at the next slides. So before going to the workshop, I would like to discuss some attacks that we're going to see there. First of all, is the cross-site scripting attacks. If you're doing web penetration tests, you will meet a lot of cross-site scripting attacks in your career, right? So what it is exactly, it's like a JavaScript injection in a page. So usually it's when there is an input from a user, that user can provide JavaScript code. What the web application should do is treat the user input and display it as text. A lot of times they are not go through the sanitization process, and the result is the user input gets treated like code. And that means this code will run to the next user that will visit the page. XSS cannot harm usually the backend of an application because, as we know, JavaScript runs on the client side, so runs in the browser of whoever visits a site. But there are still some serious consequences of this. And you can find this in this can be like a blog post, like comments, can be fields that are vulnerable to XSS, like usernames at certain cases, stuff like that. After that is the session hijack. So the way HTTP works is stateless. You have a server and you request things and it gives you things back. It has no way to recognize you any other way than cookies. And it's what we call a stateless protocol. You do not go through states, but you provide information, and according to that, you get answers. So the only way for a web application to recognize a user is through his session cookie. So you can do a test yourself. You can try to log into Facebook, for example, and press F12 if you're using like Firefox. I think it's the same in Chrome. And delete the cookie for Facebook and try reload the page, and you will be directed back to the login screen. And you can also copy this value, paste it to a new browser, and try reload the page while logged out, and you will see that you will be logged in again as the user of this cookie. So what the session hijack attack is, an attacker finds a way to get this cookie of another user, sets it on their browser or whatever tool they use, and they have the access of that user. XSS is one of the ways that somebody could perform a session hijack. So, okay, this is not that hard, but it may be difficult to explain. There is this attack on the workshop, and probably you will be able to understand this attack more there. So what is an insecure direct object reference? I will use the term IDOR, as everybody does. It's much shorter, right? Much easier. So what an IDOR is the application trusts the user's input to dictate what a user can request. And probably this does not make a lot of sense, but if you take this image that I took for a WASP, for example, I have the citation in this side, but I'm hiding it, I realize now. And for example, if you are somewhere that you can access documents like a Google Drive, it's like, imagine if Google Drive only trusted everything you say, so it would bring back every document file that you requested, and just trusted that you would not try to request something that you shouldn't have access for. You will understand more, I think, from the workshop part. And these are actually quite common. I used to find a lot of IDORs, and IDORs usually are part of bug bounty programs because it's not easily found by scanners. I think they are not found by scanners at all. They're usually manual work that requires and somebody to understand the way an application works. All of the stuff that I said already can be found in the Academy. You can try to see these 3 modules. If somebody has completed these 3 modules, the following workshop should be easy for them unless they fall into a rabbit hole. So now I'm going to move to my other screen, my Parrot VM, and try to solve the last year's challenge. And I will hide my face so you can see all of my screen. There it is, let's go. So if you have never visited the CTF platform, this is how a CTF looks inside, right? You have all the names of the challenges. And if you haven't spawned the challenge, you will have an option saying spawn the Docker. And by trying now, I have spawned the challenge. This is the IP of it. If you click on it, it gets copied on your clipboard, so you can just paste it in a new window. Okay, we get a hint by the name that is called support. And also, we can see that this is some form of a ticketing system. We can try to see if it works. I will just type something random here. And try to send it. We get a message saying that it sends the ticket. So this creates a ticket. And we get a message that an admin will review the ticket. That could be interesting. That means that you have a user interacting with your information. Okay, before going any deeper, as a penetration tester, what I would do is I would do like a quick directory brute forcing attack to try to find the different endpoints of a web application. Right now, I have run a quick scan on a previous instance. If you see the IP is different, but I did it before. It's the same. It would be the same if I do the same now. So the possible endpoints is the admin endpoints. We see the code is 302. We get redirected, so we do not have access to this. There is a login screen. There is a logout endpoint. There is settings, static tickets. We cannot access anything from this except the login screen. So maybe we should try to go there. Let's see, before trying anything else. So let's see if we can guess it, if the credentials are like admin, and let's see if there is username enumeration. Maybe we can force it. I will use admin. That's a correct message. This is what it should tell you, that you enter either a username or a password wrong. You can also try different things here, like password, for example. But you will not find everything because you are not supposed to. Okay, I mean in this CTF challenge. So let's go back to the other thing that we have access to. Okay, maybe we can try to do an XSS attack. So the standard payload that everybody uses for an XSS attack, it's like, probably you have seen this, it's the alert 1 or alert XSS. You can try to send this, but the problem is even if this gets executed, it will have zero impact for us, right? If we want to solve the challenge. So maybe we can try to get the cookies of the administrator, or the person that will see this request. So maybe we want an XSS payload that does that. So there is a great GitHub repo called Payloads of the Things. I think almost all pen testers use this repo. It has very interesting things. And if you go here, you will see that it even has the theory. For example, if you try to see the cross-site scripting session, it even has the theory and the 3 different types, the reflected type, the stored XSS type, and the DOM-based XSS type. Since this is a ticketing system, this is more like a stored XSS attack that we're going to do. And the first option is exactly what we hoped it would be. It's a data grabber, so we can use whichever of these we want. I will try to get this one now. I just copy paste it. So we need the server to make the request to. Let's go over the payload first. So what does it do? It says to the JavaScript, to the browser, load an image, and the source of this image is our local host plus the document cookie. So if we have like a host, we will get a request, a GET request, try to find the cookie.php question mark and the document cookie. So you would probably, if you're familiar with HTTP, you would probably be using something like simple HTTP server to do this, or set up like a listener or whatever. But the problem with this is, in this challenge, it doesn't require, and all challenges do not require to use a VPN. And you are not in the same network. So if you want to hit your IP, you would want to fix your NAT, not settings on your router, and that's not the best choice. There are other choices. One of these choices is something called webhook.site, and provides users with temporary links that they can use. And this is the one that it provides for us right now. I would just copy it and replace the local host with this. And try to see if this attack works. I think that's correct. Let's try to send it. Let's see if we got anything back. It doesn't seem like it, so probably I did a mistake at some point. Let's see what error I have done. Everything seems correct, I think. Let's try, maybe this is the error. What was it? Let's see if this fixes it. Yes, that was the error. So just to go over what my error was, is by providing 2 slashes, I was redirecting it somewhere else. And I will leave this part in the video because it's nice to know the troubleshooting process. So this is the value of the key, of the cookie, and the name of the cookie is session. So let's try to set this and try to visit one of the pages that we know exist. If you're using Firefox, you will have to go to the storage. This is the web server that you want to set the cookie to, the one that the challenge is. There's nothing now, we will create one. We will call it session, as we saw that the name is. And we will just paste the value. Is this the value, the correct one? I think it is. We're gonna hit enter, it will get saved, and let's try to load the admin page. Do you remember this guy here? This is our previous XSS, the alert one. So, okay, just click OK. And we see here, like there are a couple of messages. This is our first ticket that we submitted. This is the alert one. And all this, if you inspect the code, you will see that there are the payloads that we tried before. Also, if you go back to the webhook site, like a new user visited it, so there is a new hit. Of course, the same cookie because we just copied the previous one in our attack. Okay, so in a real-world scenario, that would be a great place to find valuable information. Let's see what the messages are. The one says vault whatever number requires maintenance. Okay, we cannot use this. And then there is, I have lost my RFID for the vault. My vault serial is whatever. Okay, we cannot use this. Let's see, what other information do we have? We have the name of the user we are logged in as. We are logged in as moderator. And there is a new page called settings. We have seen it also in the deep buster, in the deep part before. So this seems to be a password reset page. It doesn't require the old password. So you just have to type a password correct 2 times and hopefully it will get reset. So let's try to set test as a password. That in itself is a vulnerability, right? A web application shouldn't allow users to have such easily guessable passwords. Okay, we get a message saying that this is correct, but I would like to also see how this looks, how everything looks actually. So I will try to get all this through a proxy and try to see the HTTP request that we do. I have already set it up mine. Let's turn on the intercept and let's try to intercept this request. I will just hit update again. And there it is. So not many info in the headers. You get the session cookie, you get the new password value, and you get the user ID. So this is a hint of an IDOR. and insecure direct object reference. So I will send this to the repeater, and let's see the response to this request. Okay, we get a message saying that the password was changed successfully, as we saw. So this does not look secure, because if I had to guess, just by seeing this, it means all the user IDs will be simple numbers, probably in a row. So I would try, for example, 101. The user doesn't exist. So, for example, that would be the first part to protect from the IDOR attack, is like if the user ID was something looking like this, for example. This is not easily brute forceable. The other thing is the application should correlate the user ID with the cookie. So we have a hint that maybe this is not happening. So what I would do normal now is I would send this to the intruder, and I would just clear all this and try to attack this value. So how you do it, it's like you add this thing that I do not know how is it called, and you go to payloads and you say numeric value numbers, and you can just say start from 1, go to 99999, and try to find all the values. Already I have done this and I know the correct value. So if you go and try the value 1, you would see a message saying that the password for admin changed successfully. So hopefully the username will also be admin, and this would be successful. So let's try going back to the login page. Let's drop the intercept, and we will need to log out. And let's go to the login again. Okay, let's see if our attack worked. Let's hope the name is admin. And let's try test value. Okay, don't want to save it. And there it is. And there is the flag. You can submit it. You can copy this. Let's also show this part. Okay, my machine is stuck. I won't show this part, but just copy this and paste it here. And there you go. You got the flag. So that was it. I hope you understand it. I hope you will have a great time tomorrow. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. And yes.
And I'm back. That was it from Panos. I hope you loved his talk. He will be actually also all 5 days with you. No sleep, nothing for him all these days for the CTF. I hope you loved and you really got excited with the talk and prepped. And for everyone asking that I saw in the chat, first of all, CryptoCat, yes, we have not actually upon certification, CPTS and CBBH, so you can check it out. Secondly, yes, you can join by yourself, as we said in the start. Just go on ctf.hackthebox.com, create an account and join the CTF, and then join also our Discord to not miss any details. Then, Panos will be back in tomorrow, actually. What else am I missing? Hello, CertBros. Cannot wait. We have saved you for last, because the last challenge that we'll be having today is a complete beginner's guide to hacking by the amazing CertBros. Thank you for dropping also by the chat. Yes, you need to create a team, but it can be a team of one. So you can be your own team. Like how in life, if you do not support yourself, no one is going to support you. Same here. So be a team of your own. Anything else? I think we are done. We are going to see much more videos from Panawesome, as I see everyone loved it. So let's go to the next talk. We are going to have a next talk and then a small break. Oh, Grace from Brazil. Nice to see you. The next talk is how to use your local community in order to become a better hacker. Tools, tips, groups, anything that you may think of. We have like a little summary list for you to go over. And who's going to present it? I'm very honored to have in my team not only Panawesome, but also Dark, aka John Peters. He's a penetration tester at a company, but also works part-time as a community specialist for Hack the Box. He has helped many communities and he has built many different communities around the world. And his talk is going to be more focused on how beginners can use all the online tools in order to become amazing hackers and which servers to follow, everything. So let's give it up to Dark, an amazing penetration tester and a community member. And let's give it up to Dark.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Cyber Apocalypse 2023. If you just tuned in for the stream, thank you so much for being here. I am Dark. I am part of the just amazing community team here at Hack the Box, and I'm so excited to show you my presentation for this year's Cyber Apocalypse. That being said, we're going to go ahead and dive right in. My presentation is Get Involved, Hacking Your Local Community. We're going to talk about the various ways that you can get involved, find different people, and actually get your foot in the door in your local community. That being said, let's go ahead and dive right in. The problem, how do we actually get involved? Getting involved and finding actual people in your local area is one of the biggest problems that a lot of newer members of the community come to me with. It's a very common question, and for a lot of people, it can be very difficult to know how to actually break in. Even looking at the first point, who the heck hacks here? When we are looking at our local communities, it can often be very difficult to find other cybersecurity professionals because a lot of us are antisocial. A lot of us don't necessarily go out and advertise, hey, we're hackers. Oh, this is where I live. Oh, you should come and get involved with me. It's not very common, and a lot of times it can be daunting to actually see other professionals in the area. You get to the point where you have a lack of a local hacking community, or maybe it's a non-obvious one. Maybe it's hard to find those meetups. Having that visibility into the job pool too, this makes a huge impact here. If you don't know what your job pool looks like, if you don't know what your employers look like around the area, you don't necessarily know what cybersecurity positions are at those employers. You don't necessarily know that, oh, maybe this big business downtown has a bunch of cybersecurity positions and they all go through this meetup. You can see how that lack of visibility really compounds and can create a really big barrier to entry. And that's something we'll talk about in just a moment. You must construct additional pylons. It can be hard to know what resources you have access to right away. And finding these meetups, finding people in your area without knowing where you can actually look, it can be very difficult to actually get started. Again, that situational awareness of resources, if you don't know what's out there, especially if you are a newer person, and I have this echoed in a layer, the last point there rather, InfoSec with and without mentorship, it makes a big difference. Those of you that have been in InfoSec for a little while that might be watching this presentation are probably thinking, yeah, there's a huge difference here. And those that, maybe you're a little bit newer to InfoSec, if you don't have a mentor or don't have folks you can talk to, like a hacking clan or people that you can go and study with, or just a Discord in general where you can hang out with, it can be very hard to get started just because you don't have that community around you. Beyond that, knowing where Square One actually is, how you can get started, and what getting started even looks like can be really difficult in the first place. Everything's easy once you've done it. It's one of those things where it can be a fear factor. It can be these intimidation factors that it's am I qualified to go and hang out with these other hackers? I remember the first time that I was considering going to a local CitySec meetup, I genuinely was thinking, okay, am I going to understand anything that's going on? And I ended up going anyways, just to really give it a try. And it was a ton of fun. But it's definitely a barrier to entry, especially for newer folks. So how can I actually find these other cybersecurity professionals in my area? And I have a bunch of options listed here. Some of them are less obvious than others. And I'll go through these one by one real quick. The biggest one is meetup.com. Meetup, if you're not familiar with it, is a way that you can find like local community meetups. You can find events on there as well. It's a very cool website, and it's definitely worthwhile that if you haven't taken a little bit of time to experiment with it, it's well worth your time. This is the main way that we see a lot of the Hack the Box meetups organized, and it's the way that I've seen a lot of meetups in my area organized, so definitely keep an eye on this. This is going to be the best resource if you have something that's available. Beyond that, Facebook, you would be surprised. A lot of people, you can find Facebook groups that people have made them, that they've been out there forever. You find these groups like Google Plus groups. Yeah, the old Google social media site groups. And these groups have been out there and they've just been around for forever, that they've never updated what platform they're on. And you can find a lot of groups like this on Facebook. So definitely something to consider. Twitter, obvious answer. InfoSec Twitter, if you're not involved, if you don't have a Twitter, I highly recommend making one. Just start following a couple folks. Having a Twitter versus not having a Twitter in InfoSec makes a substantial difference. Beyond that, when we're looking at Twitter, you can look for people that are in your general regional area. One of my favorite examples for this are the Hackers Association's meetup groups. And a lot of these are DEF CON meetup groups, which if you're not necessarily familiar with DEF CON meetup groups, those are groups that are branded by DEF CON as sort of worthy of having the, the DEF CON moniker as part of the group title. And you can find a lot of those on Twitter. Rather, one of the examples that I wanted to point out here was Nova Hackers over here in the US. They are a geographic, they're a group of hackers that are mostly confined, or rather dedicated to the area of Washington, D.C. So right around that Northern Virginia area. And that's where you get Nova Hackers. And you can find people with these Twitter handles that maybe it's, I don't know, something like Hackers Association Dubai, or maybe whatever city you're looking for. Look for that. See if it exists. You can find local clubs this way as well that are at maybe colleges or maybe smaller meetup groups. And these don't necessarily have to be hacking meetup groups. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Bottom left one, this is my favorite topic that's kind of hidden in for finding these meetup groups. It's the library. It's very simple. It's very straightforward, but a lot of times you can find your meetup groups that form at your local library. Now you can't get as excited or have necessarily the same levels of energetic fun at a library versus going to like a bar with a meetup, or going to an area like a restaurant and having food delivered, I don't know, or another meetup space. You see the difference with the library, but the library oftentimes will have a lot of meetup groups that are available. So definitely something to be aware of. And if you haven't checked it, definitely consider it. And again, you can look at things that are different than hacking with this. Reddit, this can be a little bit of a long shot depending on how active your area is. But it can be a great way that you can start finding other individuals, people that are learning maybe in the different subreddits dedicated to information security. You can find these different people that you can meet up with and start forming your hacking clan in this way. And then lastly there, Eventbrite. This is mostly for conferences and whatnot. This is heavily used in the United States. I'm not sure how this is used around the world, but it's a very convenient service, and I have seen meetup groups using Eventbrite before. So if you haven't checked it out before, definitely check out what's going on in your local area. Communities to consider. So I mentioned in the previous slide that it's not always about hacking. A lot of times you're going to find more success looking for groups that are not about hacking in your local area. And you will find people that are interested in information security or, offense, defense in those actual groups. So you can often find smaller subsets of these groups that are dedicated to InfoSec. One of the biggest ones is AWS Cloud Resources. I have seen a lot of cloud meetups that have been kind of growing and becoming more prominent in the last couple of years. Obviously, this is something that can waver a little bit between both physical and digital for the meetup location. But again, very cool technology. And because it's closer to that cutting edge and a lot of what we are working on as hackers, you can find that a lot of InfoSec professionals usually are at these events. The next one there, the generic coding block that I found that image for, just represents coding groups in general. You will find a lot of like web development groups, things like that around your local area that you can consider going to. And a lot of times, again, it's that tangential interest in hacking, and it's even just being involved in knowing your local community. Beyond this, a lot of times when you are attending a meetup group, you can meet people that know about other meetup groups, because as it turns out, people that go to these things often go to more than one of them. And you can find out about meetups that you don't know about. For example, you could find InfoSec meetups or dedicated like offense meetups that might just be a little bit smaller and might not be on maybe Eventbrite or Meetup or one of those major platforms. And again, this really goes to emphasize that hacking isn't necessarily always the answer here. Down to the bottom left, that's kind of just a general icon to represent defense, and then Splunk on that shield. You can find defensive communities. Definitely consider that even if you are looking towards, you want to be in offense, you want to be a penetration tester, you want to be a red teamer, and do adversary emulation, even going to defensive groups can really help, because in order to do offense, well, you really do need to know defense. And again, you have that tangential interest in this group. It's really all about getting involved and being out there. The hardest step is just putting yourself out there, getting involved even just a little bit. And beyond that, it all becomes a lot easier. And then down in the bottom right, you can consider even more exotic things like game programming. These are very common groups to see, where you see local game development meetups or different maker spaces even. Again, really consider that variety, because you don't know what's out there until you start looking. Starting your own meetup. So this is a little bit more of the hardcore option. If you don't necessarily find that you have a meetup in your area, you can look at creating your own. And that can be challenging in some ways, but we'll talk about those in just a moment. But more than anything, it can be rewarding. Starting your own, the first one here is for the physical meetups. The biggest one here is jobs, and more jobs. We'll get to that in a moment. That's actually copied from another slide. I wanted to hint towards it here. As we're looking at meetups, you can look at drawing from pre-existing resources. For example, you have Hack the Box meetups that we would love to support you. Let us know that you're starting a meetup. That's cool. We'd love to know about it. And if you register to become a Hack the Box meetup, we can look at getting you swag. We can look at getting you vouchers. We can look at getting you support in that way. So definitely consider that. Getting into actually some of the nitty gritty, looking at creating a meetup. Let's talk about what the real how looks like, just very briefly. Meetups could be their entire own presentation, and they've already taken up a lot of this. And starting one really has a different set of challenges with it. Looking at the real how, you can expect a little bit of challenge if you want to start a meetup. One of the most difficult parts of getting a meetup, actually, two things here, are getting people in the door and then actually finding activities for your meetings. We'll talk about activities on the next slide when I talk about digital, just because you can have physical and digital activities that are the same. But getting people in the door can be a lot about your enthusiasm. So just be prepared that if you are interested in starting a meetup, well, it can be challenging. If you are willing to bring that enthusiasm and willing to bring that passion to it, you'll find that it's, one, very enriching and rewarding, but two, easier than you probably would have thought, just if you prepared for it. Knowing the work expectations with a meetup, you will have to prepare activities. You're going to want to look at creating a team to have a sort of board for your meetup. And it's very important to know that you should expect to attend this pretty much every month, at least as you're getting started. Well, with having a team, you can sort of get around that. You can have a few months that maybe you're not necessarily there. You being there, you can't just kind of hand it off to other people. That's not how meetups work. You being there, you're kind of the heart of the meetup, and it's really, really important to go through. Pardon me, notification. It's very important to bring that enthusiasm to the table continuously because your enthusiasm will be repeated in your members. You're going to see other people be excited because you are. You're going to see a lot of people that want to join because you are bringing good content. You're bringing this level of quality to the meetup. And again, knowing that work expectation going in can be really powerful. And again, I don't say this to freak you out. I don't say this to make you not want to start a meetup. Rather, I want you to understand, as someone that's watching this presentation, what can go into this and why that is rewarding. What starting really can be like. Again, I mentioned the actual membership count, getting people in the door. The importance of sustainability here is the big point I want to hit on. Sustainable means doing work that you can build on. That is really key with meetups, especially if you're busy in your own life. When we're looking at sustainability, look at documentation, look at keeping things simple. Doing very complicated activities can be a lot of fun, but it's often better just to start simple and really focus on having doing the basics well. If you can do the basics well with your meetup, you're going to go very far. Moving on to digital, very briefly, digital meetups mostly take place on Discord. Again, you have the jobs aspect here. When we're looking at jobs, I'll talk about this in a moment. I really wanted to allude to that and forgot it on this slide as well. But again, when we're looking at where these meetups take place, we're looking at Discord mostly. You can have meetup communities that take place in other forms, but you know, that's not as common. Twitter Spaces, things like that, not really as much of a thing. I've seen some meetups start to develop that way, but expect to be involved with the Discord this way, or Slack even. Discord's easier because you have voice channels though, so definitely consider that. You're going to want to keep things active. This is even more important with digital. Having just some basic level of chatter that's going on, and this is something that even goes to Discords in general, that can be really important. Just be willing to just talk with people that are your members. Be willing to talk to them about projects you're doing. Pardon me. And you can see how these can be spun off into activities. So definitely something to really consider, and something even more so to be aware of when you are starting one of these meetups, just because, again, it comes into that workload expectation. And then the actual meetings, getting to the nitty gritty of what is going to happen. I mentioned activities already, but knowing how to bring in physical or bring in talks, how to reach out to presenters, and maybe bring in people that might not be in your local area, but are willing to talk and willing to take advantage of something really important that I'm going to talk about later with how you grow from meetups, but having a safe space to present, a safe space to mess up. That's really important here with talks. And if you can capture that with your digital meetup, you're going to see a lot of people want to come and present, which is an excellent situation to be in. Versus physical, very quickly touching on this. When you're looking at physical meetups versus digital meetups, a lot of the difference comes into the connection, again, keeping things active, making sure that people feel like they're a part of it, and again, having that consistency so that those meetings are happening every month. If you have a couple meetings that start lapsing, maybe you take a month off and then you take another month off, you really need to make sure you get back on the ball or have someone else that's willing to step up in your stead, because those 2 months off can be killer. You really want to make sure that you keep that going, and it doesn't have to be a crazy activity every time. It could be just a social, but it needs to happen. Versus physical, very importantly, you have a difference in the activities that you can do. You're not going to be able to do lockpicking as much and things like that. But with having a digital setting, you have much more access to labs. Like, for example, if your meetup wanted to look at doing Hack the Box activities during the meetup, that's very common for Hack the Box meetups to go in, start attacking a box together. Go through and work with other penetration testers, which, one, excellent experience. If you've never had the opportunity to do paired pen testing, it's a ton of fun and you're going to learn a lot from it. But it's one thing that you really want to make sure that you consider. as you were going into these meetups, because it is a very enriching part of the meetup experience. And again, it goes into that difference versus physical. Growing from meetups, I alluded to this in the last slide. Let's talk about some of the obvious and furthermore, some of the non-obvious ways that you can grow from meetups. And you may already be attending one of these, and hopefully this is still helpful as something that you might be able to focus on going into the future. Growing from meetups, the biggest one here, and the one that I really want to hit on, and this even comes into Discord staff and just being involved with the community in general, is leadership. If you want to break into InfoSec, especially as someone that might be in the community and might not be part, or might be trying to get your foot in the door, which can be difficult at times, the leadership aspect is key. You can have great soft skills and not as great technical skills and still make it into cybersecurity. And that's one of the things that catches a lot of people off guard. Leadership is a really key part of that. There's two different ways you can show leadership here, and it's from both being a member and also being part of the meetup staff. I talked before about starting a meetup, starting a physical meetup, starting a digital meetup. You grow differently from actually running an event. You can put on individual events, you can work on conferences, and you will grow in a different way from that as well. But it's all about showing that leadership. It's all about being able to demonstrate it when employers are in the room. And I'll mention that a little bit later with the actual demonstration part of growing from meetups, but you are going to have people that are actively involved in the community. And a lot of these people either are in hiring positions or have the ability to give input on your hiring positions, or maybe forward positions to you that you can apply to. It's really important that you know that this leadership opportunity is out there, because if you don't and you're not taking advantage of it, you're probably losing out on growth and losing out on maybe job prospects or ways that you can learn just because you're not focusing on it. Speaking from a leadership perspective, speaking very briefly, and speaking with purpose, showing good presentation skills in general, those, if you can bring them and demonstrate them on a consistent basis, even just the first time, that can be really powerful for showing that you have a voice, showing your knowledge, showing your talent, and really showing how you can present things to a potentially less technical audience depending on your meetup. And then you have your teamwork aspect of this. This is, I can't understate how important teamwork is with looking at the leadership from meetups. When we're looking at teamwork, it's how do you interact with not just staff of the meetup, thanking them, making sure that you appreciate what's going on and appreciating the work that's going on behind the scenes if you're not running it, but also how you interact with other members. Because if you're being rude and being awful to other members or trying to go in and having an ego at these events, good luck. People in InfoSec don't really like egos, and you're losing out on a lot of opportunities here to show off that teamwork and show off these soft skills that if you're not taking advantage of that, you're missing out. Speaking, you can show your business candor, your language, your raw talent. This really goes into how you can actually present ideas, how you can talk to potentially a less technical audience that might not be offense or offensively focused. I mentioned this specifically with looking at penetration test roles or offensive roles in particular. Being able to show that off and being able to show that you can take these complex technical topics and break them down to something that's much more digestible, that's really powerful, and it's something that I can't overstate how important that is. And then your speaking ability, again, desirability of soft skills, can't overstate those. Being able to show your speaking ability is going to be awesome, and this gives you a place where you can really build up that speaking ability in the first place. Demonstrations, you're really looking at passion here. And then the second point, pardon me, goes hand in hand with this, the interview before the interview on your terms. As we're looking at passion, looking at demonstrations, this is something that slips under a lot of people's radar. When you are giving a presentation at a meetup or giving a presentation to industry professionals, you are kind of doing an interview, but it's on your terms because you get to choose what you're going to talk about, and you might get to talk about things that you wouldn't even normally talk about in in an interview setting in the first place. Maybe you want to demonstrate how you went and abused a bunch of, I don't know, maybe modded Minecraft code or things like that. You can show off a lot of these fun things, and that, that can be really hard to bring up in interviews. You can really see how this is something that you can take and grow on, and really can use to your benefit. For the employers in the room, or rather the people that might be watching this presentation, not to be confused with my last point there, if you are potentially in a hiring position, or maybe you are going to these meetups and you can give input to hiring positions. When you are at these meetups, if you're looking for younger hackers, a lot of times they're going to be looking for advice. They're going to be looking for just some affirmation of their either their skills or different ways that they can learn. And furthermore, they might be looking for these opportunities. You can go ahead, you can really look at how they're demonstrating their talent, how what they're bringing to the actual meetup itself, like the kind of topics, how technical it is, things like that. And you can really be an advocate for them in this way. And then employers in the room, a lot of people, as I mentioned, that are at these meetups are in a hiring position or otherwise. So again, take advantage of that safe space to mess up that you have, and recognize that you really can grow a lot from these. And then, as I've alluded to many times throughout this, wait, there are jobs. Meetups very commonly have a job announcement section. And it's very, again, you can see a lot of this is very focused on getting people into industry and helping industry professionals stay up to date. That's really a lot of what you're going to get from meetups. And beyond that, it's a cool group of people usually to hang out with. Depends on your meetup a little bit, but generally speaking, you're going to find a lot of cool people in this way. Networking, you're going to meet other people in industry and just make friends with them, where you might otherwise struggle with this if you don't necessarily know what you're getting into, and again, don't know, as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, what the local hiring pool looks like, where professionals work, where there might even be these positions at. This networking and just meeting people in a space where people are more likely to be at, Ippsec professionals are more likely to be at, it's very powerful, and you're going to find that you're going to be a lot more connected this way versus otherwise. Even just attending one, you're going to notice it. Demonstrational, again, I mentioned this with the presentations before, and the slide right before this. You can demonstrate your skills, you can demonstrate your candor, your soft skills. You're really, again, getting that interview on your terms and being able to speak about something that you really care about. And if you've never done that before, I can't recommend it enough. How to give back to meetups, just very quickly at the end here. When we're looking at giving back to meetups, it's being a good member. Again, I love the jobs note here because some of this can be bringing job positions to the actual meetups. When you have news segments, when you have job segments, when you have maybe discussions or whatnot, contributing to those, being a good member as part of those, that's how you give back. It's not necessarily all donations. It's not necessarily buying a shirt when there's a fundraiser. It's not necessarily, I've mentioned here as the last point, getting your business to sign up to sponsor the meetup. It's actively contributing. It's being there. It's bringing presentations and being willing to participate in a positive way that helps others grow. Again, it's very important that you want to look at giving back just because there's so much that meetups do for us. But otherwise, that is all I had for today on meetups. Thank you so much for tuning in with Cyber Apocalypse. Again, meetups are very near and dear to my heart. I can't recommend them enough. If you're already attending one, definitely make sure that you're being a good member. But otherwise, stay tuned for more awesome.
And that was it. That was dark. For some reason, the video was cut too fast. But anyway, so we are going to go on a very small break, and we are going to be back with more talks. And the next talk is something that is going to be for sorry, because I see some questions. The break is going to be for 10 minutes, and then we are coming back with the next talk with the one and only Zero XDF, aka David, that he's going to be showcasing some past forensic challenges from past year's Cyber Apocalypse. And our amazing social media team will be sharing the tips and tricks on Twitter. But now get yourself some rest. So take 10 minutes breather, grab your favorite beverage, maybe order some pizza. I'm sure I will be doing it myself. And let's meet back here again in 10 minutes with David, aka 0xDF, and Pass Forensic Challenges. Bye. Hello all, how are you? It's Roadrunner again. I have to do something about this lighting because I seem luminous. The next talk, I hope everyone had some time. It was precisely 10 or 11 minutes in order to rest, catch up a little bit on everything that you do. And let's go now in order to see some amazing forensic challenges from last year from 0xDF. 0xDF, he's a training lab architect at Hack the Box. And he is familiar with forensics and everything throughout his career. He has done amazing challenges in Hack the Box. You can find it in our platform, but also if you have not heard about him, I would say to go to check out his blog, 0xDF, I think. No, I will drop the link later. And his video and his channel on YouTube. So 0xDF is a training lab architect in Hack the Box, and that means he's responsible for everything that you play, how we should move forward with the community. He helps us a lot. And he's very experienced, as I said, in forensics with a crazy career in his shoulders. And some of his best tips are going to be presented today in order to prepare for tomorrow's CTF content. Let's give it up now to the amazing and only one 0xDF.
Hey, this is 0xDF. Thanks for joining me today. Today, in prep for the 2023 cyber apocalypse, we're going to go over 2 of the forensics challenges from the 2022 cyber apocalypse, because learning the skills necessary last year is probably going to be helpful going into this year. We're going to look at 2 types of challenges. One of them is looking at a Windows registry file and finding the persistence and then decoding and breaking down what was going on there. And the other one is looking through a PCAP and finding some DNS exfiltration and understanding how it's happening, decrypting the data, and finding the flag in there. So all in all, hopefully it'll be a fun time, and let's go ahead and jump in. So we're going to look at the challenge Golden Persistence from last year's cyber apocalypse CTF, and we'll go ahead and read the prompt. Emergency, a space station near Urker was compromised. Although Urker is considered to be the very embodiment of a neutral state, it is rich in fuel substances, something that Draeger is very interested in. Thus, there are now fears of intergalactic war that will also affect this neutral planet. If his mercenaries are able to maintain unauthorized access to the space station and escalate their privileges, they'll soon be able to activate the station's defense mechanisms that are able to prevent any spaceship from entering Urker's airspace. For now, the infected machine is isolated until the case is closed. Help Miyuki find their persistence mechanisms so they cannot gain access again. And so we have a download here, and we'll jump over to my Linux VM here and just take a look at it. And inside the zip, we get a single file ntuser.dat. Now on a Windows host, the registry is a complex system, almost like a database in the OS, where you can maintain preferences and settings and all sorts of things. All sorts of programs read and write to the registry. And it's how you can store things between activations. So specifically, when we start talking about persistence, there are tons of places across the registry that you could write in such a way that when the box reboots, you get some execution, or when a user takes some action like clicks a mouse or opens up a Explorer, some action happens. There's one that is the most famous and is known as the run key. Now there's copies of the run key in both the system-wide registry as well as in each user's per user parts of the registry. The system-wide registry keys are stored in files in C Windows System 32, and then each user has their own registry file in their home directory, ntuser.dat. So we're given an ntuser.dat file. We can check out and see what we have here, and Linux is going to tell us that this is a Windows registry file, so that's what we're thinking. And so what I want to do, what I'm thinking here, is I want to find what are the most common places to go check for persistence. And so since the run key is the number 1, I'm going to go there. And if that doesn't work, we'll start exploring, some looking up, maybe going into MITRE ATT&CK and looking under registry persistence and seeing what other things might show up. But we're going to start there. In fact, let's jump over to a Windows VM. We're going to solve this in both Windows and Linux, but I'm going to show you Windows first. So golden persistence here. I've got the file as well as some shortcuts we're going to use. We'll go ahead and use Registry Explorer. This is a tool from Eric Zimmerman. It's free to download, and it is just what it says. So we're going to load a Hive from desktop, golden persistence. We'll give it ntuser.dat. The primary and secondary sequence numbers do not match. Basically something is out of whack here. That's fine. We're just, do you want to replay the transaction logs? We'll say no, we're not going to replay anything. It's a dirty hive. Do we want to load it? We'll say okay. And we've got our hive here. Now it starts at root, and we can open it down here and go here. Now normally this would be mounted as like HK current user, where you'd see this mounted, but because we're loading it offline, it doesn't really make sense in that context. So we just have it here. So the run key is in software, Microsoft Windows, current version, and then run right here. And so if we click on this, make this a little bit bigger, we can see in the run key, we've got OneDrive here, and we'll look at this first because it looks probably like it's legit. And so we can see on boot, this user, I guess it's on login, whenever this user logs in, we are going to want to run OneDrive. And so specifically in the user's home directory, grep app data local Microsoft OneDrive 1.exe/background. So that we're going to start Microsoft OneDrive in the background. It seems legit. I mean, we could investigate that binary and see if that's really OneDrive or if something they put there, but that seems potentially legit. Similarly, running program files, Microsoft Edge application, some sort of background Edge thing seems potentially okay. But then we have this one here, VH0 F7 blah blah blah, and it is going to run Windows PowerShell with an encoded command that looks just a long encoded command. Now, of these three, which one is the suspect one? The encoded command. So we're going to start there. Let's go ahead and grab this. Select all. I'm going to jump real quick over to CyberChef. CyberChef is, the Swiss Army knife of solving CTF challenges and just other random things. We'll get rid of the PowerShell call so that we just have this base64 encode data, and then we can just say from base64, and we get this nice stuff. Now, Windows uses a 16-bit character instead of an 8-bit character, and that's why every other dot here is displaying it's basically a null byte. And we can get this real simply if we just get the decode text, I believe it's called. Yeah, here, decode text, and we say the encoding is 16-bit little endian, and now we have a nice looking script. Let's come here, and the other thing, we're going to save this. I'm actually going to use Visual Studio Code here to analyze it, and it's nice because it's going to give me syntax highlighting and it'll be easier to deal with in here. So we will open up, let's see, we're going to go to open folder, desktop, folder persistence, select folder. And now we've got our stuff in here. We're going to say we trust the authors, even though we don't even though we don't totally trust them, we're just going to be careful. And then we're going to come up here and add a file, and we'll call this golden.ps1. Paste that in. And so now we can see, what do we have here? One thing I always like to do when I'm just quickly trying to figure out what's going on is to shrink down the functions. And so now we can see basically of these 73 lines, we really only have these two functions, one called encrypt probably, and one called hex to bin. And then we have the stuff going on down here where we're going to get a key. We're going to read. These are each different, read basically 5 different values out of registry, and then append them all together into something called encrypted. We're going to then hex to bin encrypted, which is this function here, which maybe we just assume for the moment that it does what it says it's going to do and turns hex into binary. Then we're going to call encrypt on data with the key. So, and then we're going to get a string from that, and then we're going to pipe that string into IEX to execute it. So this is a very kind of typical malware behavior. But I suspect if we can get this downloaded decrypted string and get these values here, we'll be in good shape. So let's go ahead and check it out. We aren't even going to look. We'll come back later and look at these functions, but for now we're just going to try solving it. When I solve it in Windows, I'm going to solve it one way here. So what we're going to do is my registry is not going to have these registry values. So what we're going to do is come up here and comment that out, and we'll say encrypted 1 is equal to, and then let's go find this value right here in HKU software. There's a way I can set this up so I can see both at the same time. Yeah, over here. Okay. Software, way up to the top. Shrink this down, shrink back up. We don't need the Microsoft one anymore. Software B right here. And we can see we have a value right here on the side. So we'll grab this and oops, that's the wrong. I got the second one. So we'll come down here and do encrypted 2 equals We got that nice and nicely. Count that out. Let's get encrypted 1, which is the software and the one that starts with Z right here. And again, here's it's getting the one that starts with Z, and this value that starts with T is the value name here. So we see that, and then we come down here, here's the value name again, and we can grab the value up here, paste that in. So I've got 2. I'll do this just a couple more times. I guess in some ways it was nice of the challenge author not to give us like 10 keys under here and make us figure out which one it was. They probably didn't need 5 keys because like once you prove you can do this once, you can do it 5 times, but okay. So that's looking pretty good. Now we've got those there. Now we're gonna make an assumption, and this may be wrong. We're gonna try that calling, it seems like we're passing the data into the encrypt function and getting decrypted stuff. Since that's what the script is doing, let's just assume it's gonna work because it is trying to eventually execute that. So we're going to run that. We were going to edit our script a little bit here so we get rid of this decrypt string. Now we're going to print decrypt string instead of executing it, which is what we want. And let's see, maybe perhaps we can write this. Let's see. Where are we? We can go into golden persistence, stir, nothing there. That's weird. Let's close this terminal. Maybe I have a bad terminal. Actually, let's try this. We're going to hit F5 here to start running, and we are hitting errors all over the place. One thing I'm noticing, let's see, what's the first error we hit here? Cannot call a method on a null value expression, line 62. Yeah, interestingly, ENC is created here, or is called here, but it's actually used down here. And it looks like it's necessary. I'm going to pull this here and move this here, because ENC get bytes is a function that exists on this system text encoding thing, but we need to specify it. So let's try that and see if that helps. That didn't help me. Let's F5 here to run this, and F5. Let's run this again. It runs. It's not printing. Maybe we need to let's put a breakpoint here and try that. F5. Now run to the breakpoint, and we can say, what are our local, is it our local, oops, command, local decrypted string is right here. Nice. We can go to the debug console and put rypt string, and it prints to the terminal. Okay. And we can see right here, I'll pull this into a new PS1 file just so you can see it, but here, new file, stage2.ps1, paste this in, and we can Control H, and we want to find and replace semicolon with a shift enter will give me that, and we can replace all, and then I got to get this one that I accidentally did manually. Okay, and so basically we're going to get a path for some executable. We're going to test if it exists. If it exists, we're going to start the process. Else, we're going to make the directory and try to download it. And we have our flag here. So we get the flag. But we basically figured out exactly what it's doing too. So we've really solved the challenge as well. I'm going to jump over now to my Linux VM and show you real quickly how we can do the same thing without access to Windows. I'm going to use a tool called reg lookup. And this is you can apt install reg lookup. And basically, there's a couple ways you can run this. If we do a -p, and then we can do software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, run, and then give it mtuser.dat, we get that junk. You can see here we get all of the different things in the run key. I'm going to try this one. I'm actually going to pipe this into less -S. And so you can see we have each of the values. So we get the key itself, and then each of the values sitting in it, as long with their values. Less S just doesn't line wrap. So I can go view this all the way, goes way over the edge. So I got that there. We could, let's see, what's the best way to do this? We could save this to a file here and call it like output, and then vim output, and we can real easily delete, get rid of this so we have just the base 64 here, and then we can mess with it again. I'll leave that as an exercise for you guys. The one thing I do want to show though is, so once we have that data, I'm gonna come back over here just because I happen to already have it in VS Code. We never looked at like hex to bin. It's actually pretty simple. It's just getting hex stuff and converting it to binary. So nothing super interesting there. But what is the encryption function actually doing? This is actually RC4 encryption. There's a couple ways you can recognize this. RC4 always starts off with creating a vector, like an initialization vector that's a key function it's going to use, that's always 256 long. And so you can see that there. And then it loops over the vector and adds the current byte to that value plus the key value and mods it 256. And this is just like what RC4 does. So if you can recognize that, like always look for 2 loops, and the first one where it's initializing something to the values 0 to 255. And then later it then loops through that and mods it. Those are the kinds of things you want to look for RC4. So if we know that, we can grab this. Let's see, copy this. I was going to go back to my Linux VM, but we could do this on Linux too. We can come here and say, paste that in. Let's grab our four values here, which we could get out the same way. In fact, I'll show you real quick just to show you. Let's say we wanted to get this value out. One thing that's kind of neat you can do, I mean, I could put that whole key in. Alternatively, oops, get out of here. I don't need to save this. Alternatively, I can call reg lookup. In fact, let's just clear reg lookup into user like that, and it's going to print the entire registry. And so now I can use things like grep to get like, oh, I'm just looking for this thing. Great, here it is, and there's my key value right there. So I could grab this value and the other ones just using reg lookup. And once I have all those, now I lost track of what it was. I think I did 2 of them. See, we end in 4BA1, which is that one. So we'll grab this one. This one. And one more. And now, we don't need this from base 64 anymore. We don't need to decode text. So what do we want to do? We want to hex to bin. So from hex, I believe it's called. So we'll do that. And now we got binary stuff here. And then RC4. And we have a passphrase, which was in the code right there. We put that, we get the script, we get the code, the flag, and we solved it. So again, this is in the Windows VM, but we could have done this whole thing in Linux and it would have been just fine there. So that is golden persistence. All right, let's take a look at automation. Start with reading the prompt. Vinri's threat intelligence is closely monitoring all APT groups from every possible galaxy, especially the most dangerous one, long here. It's stated by an anonymous threat intelligence officer, the malicious actors tend to automate their initial post-exploitation enumeration so they can have less on-keyboard time. You can find such an example in the network capture provided, generated by a recent incident. Analyze it and find out what they are up to. So we do have a downloadable file here. We'll click and download. And I've already got it here in my VM. We can take a look. It's a PCAP file. Well, there's a zip that has a PCAP file. So we'll go ahead and open up in Wireshark. Control O, we got a capture here. And before we look at any packets, I always want to start looking at statistics. So we'll start with the protocol hierarchy. If I can make this any bigger, zoom. It's all Ethernet frames, IPv4. Under IPv4, we have UDP and TCP. On the TCP side, we have some TLS, so that's going to be like a HTTPS connection. There's 194 packets there, and then there's some HTTP as well, including some data and a media. So we'll want to check those out. Also under the UDP side, there's 168 DNS, which seems rather high. A standard HTTP or HTTPS is going to take, multiple packets, and we have basically the same number, maybe a little bit more, but not almost as many DNS queries as we do, HTTP packets. Like, that's pretty odd. We'll want to look into that. All right, let's close this. We also have the conversations. It's another one to look at. Let's start with the IP. So we can see right away, 10.0.2.15 seems to be like our centered point host. Maybe it's our host the infected host that we're on, but probably capturing from. And then we have a bunch of other hosts we talk to. Under TCP, What jumps out at me right away is all the packets are going to either 80 or 443. So it's going to be all HTTPS or HTTP. We're not going to worry about the HTTPS. Probably we won't have the means to decrypt that, but we'll definitely check out the HTTP. If we sort by bytes, we can see we have 3 large HTTP streams and another one down here that's, I guess got some size to it, but we're getting pretty small at this point. And maybe it's 1/4000 under UDP. This is interesting because usually what I expect to see when I look at a PCAP from a host is that it typically is going to talk to one DNS server, right? And like in your network, like 192.168.1.1, or maybe your ISPs. But once I see it talking to 192.168.1.1, that seems like the DNS server. So what is this 147, 182, 172, 189 host? And there's a lot of requests going to that host. So that's something interesting we're going to want to check out as well. We'll go ahead and close this. I'm going to do this PCAP is pretty small in size. And so really just to make sure I'm not missing anything, I'm just going to step through the streams. If I hover down here, I can see there are 30 total streams. So that should take me, this should be pretty quick, right? This is classic TLS looking behavior. So they're exchanging certificates, and that's what we're seeing the strings here, but the rest of anything useful will be encrypted probably. So more encrypted stuff. Here we have a download from windowsupdate.com. It seems like it's probably Microsoft owned. We could write that down and come back to it if we don't find something else, but I'm going to assume this is probably not interesting. Another download from windowsupdate.com, partial content. So it looks like it's probably a continuation of the previous one. Same thing. TLS, 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 nothing, TLS, TLS. Now this is interesting. We're getting desktop.png right here from Windows Live Updater.com. That is different, and that may or may not be Windows owned. What jumps right out to me? Do you see it? Do you see anything weird with the data that's claiming to be an image here? One, it's all ASCII text. There's no bytes. If you have an image, it's going to have bytes ranging from 0 to 255. It's not going to just be all ASCII text. And it's not just that that's missing. If we come here and look at it as a hex dump, it's all legit. Oops, let's scroll down here to the bottom. It's all just legit ASCII text. You're not seeing anything. You're not seeing FB. You're not seeing any bytes like that. So that's odd for sure. Also, I would expect, let's see, if we come over here and we do Wikipedia list of, this is something I search for a lot, so this is why it comes up so quickly for me. This page gives us the magic numbers or magic bytes for all sorts of different file types. And so if we come down to PNG, we expect PNG to start with 8954E47, where 54E47 is PNG. We do not see that here. If it was going to be a JPEG, I would expect it to start. I would expect to see like JFIF is what shows up there, or maybe EXIF, or even it would start with FF, which it does not. It starts with a Z. So this is clearly not an image. And so I'm going to actually, while we're here, we'll go through the rest of the streams, but I'm going to go ahead and just grab this and copy it to my clipboard because I have a feeling we're going to play with it. This is TLS, not interesting, nothing there. Another get, this time from windows.com. Again, it's very unlikely we're using, Windows has been exploited and they didn't even tell us that. And that's the end. So we are going to focus on the TCP side, at least on that base64 encoded stuff. So if we do, we can echo that and we can pipe it into base64-D and we get a PowerShell script. You can tell up here this function decrypt string, this is the function syntax for PowerShell. System convert from base64 string is PowerShell. This is looking like PowerShell. So let's grab this again and we can put it into mal.ps1 so we have it. And let's go ahead and open up VS Code and we can take a look at it. We can have our mal.ps1. Unable to find PowerShell. Yes, I do. We'll not worry about it. We're not going to run it, so we don't need it. Whenever I have a thing like this, it's not that long, right? It's only 69 lines, but I like to just collapse the functions down because then we can sort of get a feel for what we're looking at. So now we fit on one screen. That's nice. We have functions called like create AES manage object, create AES key, encrypt string, decrypt string. And then we have this body here that's going to use those. This filter actually is similar to a function. It's declaring a filter. We'll come back to that, but we'll come back to that. It defines a key. we have out equals resolve.dns, resolve DNS name. So it's going to get the text records for windowsliveupdater.com from that. There's our DNS server that we saw in the conversations. And so it's going to get those and save those as out. Then we're going to loop over out, or I guess the indexes of out. And we're going to get the string value that came back as the text as encrypted string. We're going to call decrypt string using the key on the encrypted string. We're then going to literally pass that into IEX. So we're going to execute whatever they send down to us. Then we're going to take the results and we're going to encrypt it right here using the same key. And then we're going to put it into parts 32. So that's what this parts is. And basically what we're doing is we're doing a loop here from 0 to the full length divided by 32. And basically then we're going to get these. This is basically fancy syntax to say, give me the data 32 bytes at a time. So then we're going to resolve DNS name, start windowsliveupdater.com to our server. Then we're going to loop over each item in PR. So that was our parts. And some white space here. We can do that, do that. Actually, let's come here. We can do all of these again. There we go. Okay. So now this is for each part. We're going to decrypt. We're going to decrypt it, execute it, get the parts, send start, then send. This is basically the domain is being built is the next part and windowsliveupdater.com. So we're going to send all the chunks one at a time. And then when we're done, we're going to hit end that way, windowsliveupdater.com. And that's it. So this is some DNS, we'll pull down commands, run them all, and get the data exfilled. And we can take a look in the PCAP to see if that matches up with what we're seeing. So we have DNS. Let's go back to the top here. Some of these things look kind of legit. So right here, we have a query for text records from windowsliveupdater.com. And if we look at the response associated with that, we can drag this out. Answers, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 answers. Oh, right here, answers. And we can look at them and, the text record is a base 64 encoded string. So it's probably the encrypted data. So that looks like our commands coming down. And then you see right here, a query to start.windowsliveupdater, followed by now we have queries. We have queries to CC1C, 328, these blobs going there until we get to end. And then the next one is a start with some more blobs until we get to end, and then a start, etc. So this is cool. We're seeing this data go through. Now we just have to figure out how we can decrypt it. So to do that, we are going to have to write a script. So let's come back over here. We will create a code.py. We will start with our shebang. User bin env python 3. I always like to import. Actually, we won't do that. We'll just do. We're going to use Scapy. So we're going to use from scapy.all import star. Import star is a really bad pattern in Python. You really don't want to do it, but for Scapy, it's just kind of how you have to do it. So that's what we're going to do. We will read the pcap. So we'll say cap is equal to rd pcap, and that came from Scapy. And then we just need, I think it was called capture. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Capture.pcap. And now we can do for pkt in cap. So for each packet, let's say if pkt.has layer DNS, print pkt.summary. Give ourselves a starting place here, and we can jump back to our terminal. Python decode.py. We got lots of good packets here. These are all the DNS packets. That is looking good. Where am I doing there? I'm cycling through previous commands. Okay, that looks cool. Okay, so let's go back over here. There's two things we have to do. We have to get the text records that came back that one time, and we want to then get the start, stop query, the query stuff. I'm going to start with the commands. So that seems like a good place to look for. So let's do this. Let's see. What if we instead here we do, we're going to import, actually, let's not do this. Let's put a breakpoint here. We're going to do this the legit way. We'll put a breakpoint right here, I think. Yep. And then we can hit F5. It might pop up and ask you what profile you want to run down to, but Python script is one of the ones, so you can just use that. And that's going to run the script, and it's going to break right here. We can go to our debug console, and we can say like pkt, and here's our packet. It's probably, this gray is probably hard to see. We have the full packet. Now this actually is one of the going for CT for actual Windows Update.com. So we're actually okay with this. Let's keep running a few times here, and we can come down here and try pkt again. This one is still there. I'm going to try to, we're going to cheat a little bit here. We'll stop and we're just going to know. So we're going to say if pkt DNS, so we got the DNS layer, has layer, and we're going to call it DNS response, but R and R. Now we're going to do that same thing. Let's run that again with F5. Parse the packet, and we get here. Did we reach it? Oh, here we go. So debug console, pkt, and this is still a response. So we can say pkt dot. I guess we're going to cheat a little bit more and say, what if we want to say and pkt DNS query qd dot q type, and so this is the query type. We just have to kind of know that 16 is what a text record is. And again, we could Google this. Actually, when I was solving it, I actually asked ChatGPT, and it gave me this. Kind of neat. It wasn't perfect. I had to update this a little bit, but this is definitely where I got it. In fact, let's just run this right now without anything. I'm going to run this. There we go, decode.py. And we get one. There's only one text record response, right? So we're looking for things that have the response records and the query type is 16. And there was only one time we queried for that. This part's actually a little bit tricky. And this, I am going to go back here and put a break here because this stuck me for a while. And because what ChatGPT will tell you to do is to loop over, each like AN. So we'll say, they would tell you to say, over debug console, pkt DNS.an, like this. And you can see in here, there's a lot of stuff. We can see we have all of the different responses, right? And there's each one of these is in a DNSRR packet, I guess, or layer. And so what they will tell you to do is something like, let's see, P in that, like to loop over each of those and get .r data, because this R data is what holds that, right? So in theory, I should get 7 R datas here, but I only get 1. And I can't explain why Scapy doesn't quite work this way. But what eventually I figured out, and I won't bore you all with, by going too much into it, if we do pk packet DNS and we do an count, we can get there are 7 answers. And so if we do like I for in, like that, and now here we're going to do pkt DNS .an sub I .r data, like this. So now what we're doing is we're looping over we're looping over I in the number of counts. So basically it's, and we want this to be a range, I should say. So now we're going to do 0 to 6 to get the 7. And now for each of those, we're going to get the R data. And now we actually get each of those things. I don't know why. It feels like you should be able to loop over this AN, but it doesn't work. So it took me a while to figure that out. But so we can say for I in range pkt DNS .an count, answer count. And for each thing now, we're going to do a print pkt DNS an sub I .r data. We'll save that. We will stop this decode or this debug, and we will run. We get them. Now they're actually each in an array for some reason, so we can actually do our data 0. They all look like they're of length 0. That'll pull them out. And now we have base 64 encoded data that needs to be decrypted. And so we're going to first say, so we're going to need from base64 import b64 decode. We'll come here and we'll say enc equals b64 decode. Now I've got our encrypted data. Let's go ahead and make a decrypt function. Def decrypt, and we will take enc. That's really, I could have passed the key in as well, but I don't need to pass the key in. Actually, let's for the sake of, well, let's go look at what the encryption looks like. We know we're using AES. We know we're using AES, and we're going to create that with a, let's see, where's encrypt string? Here we go. Or decrypt string, I guess is what we want. So we're going to get the bytes. The first 16 bytes are going to be the IV, and then we're going to create an object using the key in the IV. So the key is hard-coded here, which is going to have to be base64 decoded. And then we get the IV, and then the rest of the data from 16 on is the encrypted data. So that doesn't look too bad. Grab this. Come up here, we can say key equals b64 decode that. IV equals, let's actually make this data 16. ENC equals data 16 onwards. We're going to need AES stuff here, right? So we're going to do from crypto.cipher. Gave it to me. There it is. Cipher.import AES. Beautiful. Glad I remember how to do that. So now we can say AES equals AES.new. The key we have, and then we need AES.mode CBC because we saw that, and we need the IV. Then we can do plain text is equal to AES.decrypt ENC PT. And now if we come down here, we can say print decrypt ENC. No chance this works on the first try, is there? Let's see. Sweet, we actually got stuff. So this looks like it. We've got this zero padding at the end, so we can do something to get rid of that. Let's see. We'll do dot R strip. It's gonna be bytes x00 like that. That should remove from the right side null bytes. That looks good. We can also decode just to make it look a little nicer. Decode. Run that again. And here we go. So it wants us to run host name, who am I, WMIC. It wants us to add a user and do some other stuff. Just this right here, this net user, default user with this thing, this password looks base64ish. And anytime you see something base64ish in a CTF, you want to decode it and see if it decodes. You might get junk, but you might get part one of the flag. So we have half the flag here. Running low on time, so we should probably speed this up. We need the other half. So we need to figure out how to get the other half of the flag, and it's probably going to be in the responses. So this part right here, come back up. This if right here is where we're checking for the type of text records. Now we want to actually look for queries going out, right? Because the queries are where they're exfilling the data. And so we're going to want to say something like if pkt dns.qr is equal to 0, and that's a query record. Oh, sorry, that's yeah. And so and we want to say is Windows live update per.com in pkt dns.query descriptor.q name. If we've got that, we want to do what? We want to really get, so we can like print pkt dns, just try that and see what happens. PTK not defined. Where did I put PTK? So here we go. We got all the different pieces coming out here. That looks good. We really just want this first part up to windowsliveupdater.com. So we can do, looks like that's going to be .qd.qname.split on the dot. Get this the first one. Let's see if that works. We hit some sort of problem. Oh, no, I could hit code. What? Not sure why that happened. Let's see. Bytes like object. Okay, so because we're splitting bytes, we have to split on a byte like this. So save that. We can also just decode it. So that looks good. In fact, we'll do that. We'll decode like that. All right, so we've got our stuff here. Now we have to handle these starts and ends. So what we're going to do is we're going to, we'll say if, so we'll say that we'll do this. We'll say sub, like subdomain, is equal to that. And now we can say if sub equals start, data is going to be empty. Probably gonna have to initialize data up here too. Even just guarantee that. Elif sub equals end. We're going to print decrypt. What is our, I guess, data. Else, so if it's not start or end, we're going to do data plus equals sub. Like that. We should probably, yeah, I guess that's good. Let's take a look at that and see how that runs. Whoa, okay. Object class cannot be passed to C code. Decrypt data. Ooh, let's see. What if we just look at what are we passing here? Because we want actually to pass bytes here. We might need a base, the base 64. The other data was base 64 encoded. Oh, this looks hex encoded. Okay, let's try that. We could probably just go over here and look. We get hex encoded up here. Oh, it probably comes back as hex from encrypt string. I don't know. We feel comfortable that looks like hex, so let's just deal with. Let's try it. We can do bytes dot from hex on our data there. Oops, this is not Vim. I don't need to do that. And let's try running it again. Bytes, did you mean from hex? Yes, I did. Thank you. Cannot decode byte. That's promising. And we got some sort of binary. Let's just do errors equals ignore. We could be throwing away some data here, but let's just, for the sake of trying to figure out what's going on, we're going to ignore for now. And that looks like it worked. So we still have our commands up here. And then here is our hostname response, our who am I response, our IP config response, antivirus product response. This net user probably doesn't add anything. Firewall stuff. Oh, but right here in our thing is part 2. We've got the other half of the flag. So we've got that. I'll leave this basically just, we can do a quick run through of the script again just to see it. Basically, we're looping through our PCAP. And for this part, we're saying if it's got a response and the query type is for 16 or text, I want to get that stuff. And then here we're saying if we're querying and it's Windows Live Updater is in the query name, then we want to check. And if it's start, we start a new string. If it's end, we're going to decrypt the string. And then otherwise, we're just going to add to the string. And that's how we got our data. So being able to write some simple, simple, short-ish, this is only 30 lines of Python to do things like parse this is pretty important when you're being able to do CTFs. If you really are Python averse, you can always, gather it by hand out of Wireshark and then go to things like Chef will help you do this decryption. But learning how to script is a very valuable skill, so I highly recommend it. And with that,
And that was ZeroXDF. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you found interesting his talk. Actually, his talk, let me the camera focus. What's happening? This is better. So every time his talks are mesmerizing, and I hope you learned a lot. I'm sure I did. Thank you so much for the interesting talk, ZeroXDF. And now, with not further ado, we are going to go straight forward to the amazing NahamSec. So as I said, for today, we have talks from your favorite hackers. And of course, we couldn't miss to have NahamSec. NahamSec used to work, as you know, for HackerOne as a bug bounty hacking content creator, and he has his own YouTube, his own conference, actually, NahamCon. And we support it every year, even if it's US or Europe. Hack the Box, make sure to tune in. And now today, he's going to showcase how to solve some challenges, one web challenge, one by one, with some bug bounty hacking tips. So if you love NahamSec and you are waiting for this talk, now is the time. And you can see actually also, sorry, kind of a money here, the beautiful clouds behind me. It's nice. So with not further delay, let's go all to the amazing NahamSec.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Ben Sadigapur, but most of you online know me as NahamSec, and I'm excited to do the mutation box from last year's event. But before we do all of that, I want to quickly give a big shout out to the Hack the Box team for putting this amazing event together. I hope you all are having fun and enjoying this event. But seriously, thank you so much for putting this together, and thank you so much for having me as a part of this CTF challenge and this entire event as a whole. So before we get into it, just a quick explanation. This box, again, it's called Mutation. It's on Hack the Box. You can follow along as well. All you have to do is go on their website, load up the box, and follow along. If there's anything like a piece of code or a POC that I write up, it is all on Hack the Box's website. You can go on Hack the Box's blog and read all about it on there. So if you see me going, through a code and you're like, oh my God, how do you write that? One, it's because I've done this challenge already, and B, it's all on their website. So don't worry about having to copy anything that I do. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up our challenge really quick. And as you can see here, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to have us log in. My favorite thing to do, as always, is try admin, and then try admin password. And we're also going to look at the proxy and kind of see what it does. It looks like nothing. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to register. I've already done that earlier, and I'm going to log in as that user that I registered. And we're going to wait for it to load. And what we see here is as soon as we load, and it's only making one call to dashboard. There's a session here that we're probably going to need later. I'm going to send it to repeater. So you can see it's lighting up. It's in my repeater now. And we're going to take a look at what this does. So looking at this session itself, this looks like it's base 64. And I bet you if I put this in here and smart decode it, it's going to come back and it's just my username. And the first thing I'm going to try here is I am going to make this into admin, and I am going to base 64, encode as base 64, and we're going to make a URL safe by taking that out. And I'm going to put it in here and see if this is going to work, but I'm assuming because of the signature it's not gonna, but I'm going to try it anyways. And as we can see, it redirected us back to the root folder, meaning that we don't have access. So I'm assuming somehow we're going to own this app and we're going to do something with the session. That's going to come back later in the process, but that's the first assumption just because this just seems too easy and there's got to be something here, right? So we're going to go back and I'm going to look at what reset does. Nothing. If I click on export here, it's going to send null. I'm going to send that to repeater also, and I'm going to send it forward, and that's going to bring us over here. If I click to the export here, it's gonna do, whoops, I don't need that. It's gonna do the same thing, but this time it is sending a request with an actual SVG. So just looking at that, the first thing I'm gonna see is I kind of smell something server side just because there's SVG, and I'm assuming they're gonna export this into a PNG. So it's taking some sort of an SVG and it's also making it into a, it's taking a server side and converting it to a PNG. So something here we can inject, either we can do XXC with our XML entities, or maybe we can like read a local file or something. But I'm going to look at this one with the null, and it looks like this comes back with a API routes index.js. It looks like this is some sort of express.js, or let's see what we see here. It's looking like it is a node with convert SVG core, so I'm assuming that's what they used. And we can see also there's express. So we're going to take a look at the first thing that's really interesting is this convert thing. I want to know if there is a POC for it already. And it looks like our amazing friend @Sneak, always ahead of it. They have this POC by another hacker. They wrote this app and they're passing it this file SVG, and then they're converting their POC, their app in POC, and they are converting it to image PNG. And all they're doing here is they're passing an iframe. Let me just zoom in so I can make sure you can see it too. All they're doing here is passing an iframe and then closing it, and then valid SVG, and then they're just classing it and doing some, text styling to it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to our burp suite, and actually before we do that, we're gonna open up a notepad. And what I want to do is I want to make this, because we're doing JSON, what I want to do is I want to make this JSON friendly. So we're going to have to escape all of those quotation marks by adding this right there. And we're going to go back to repeater and see if we can actually read our etc password. And if we can, then we know we're on the right path to export this application. So let's go back into here. Okay, it looks like one too many. So we can read the etc password file. So the next thing we're going to take a look at is, since we saw earlier in here that they are within a app, and most of these JavaScript-based apps, like Node.js, Express, whatever you want to use, they're usually within app, and then the index.js is where the source code of it is. And I kind of want to understand, what am I supposed to do here? Is there a flag in here maybe that I can just take? Is there, maybe some passwords, hard-coded password or something in here that I can abuse? So we're going to pass this through really quick, and we're going to see what this comes back. And it's like, yep, there is Express. We knew that. There's something with the cookie session, which I'm assuming we're going to have to take a look at later. They're using the .env file, so I'm assuming some environmental variable that we're going to need, or maybe some secret. And it looks like the session secret key is in there, so we're probably going to have to pull that from there. So what I'm going to do quickly, I'm going to go back to my app, and I'm just going to pull this file. So I'm assuming there's something in there that we need, because with the CTF, nothing is there for just coincidence. It looks like obviously the secret session that we wanted, the session secret key is in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this, I'm going to type it up really quickly, and we're going to go and take a look at it and see what we can do with this. But one of the things that stood out to me earlier is this cookie sessions thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in cookie session, express GitHub, and I'm going to bring up the GitHub page. And looking through this, it looks like it doesn't require database, amplifier, certain load balance, whatever. We don't need those. It's an npm package that you can install very quickly. And the keys, it looks like, so the name of the cookie to set the default. So sorry, the name of the cookie to set default is to session. And it kind of looks like that's what we have, right? There's session right there. And it looks like the keys, string, which will be used as a single key if key is not provided. But the key is the list of keys to use to sign and verify cookie values. So this is probably how we get our signature, but it looks like they are using key grip, a key grip instance. I'm going to click on that. And what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to type in npm key grip GitHub. and take a look at how they are signing these. So we're going to go to index.js. And here it looks like what they're doing is they're taking the data, which, let's see. So sign is this. We don't care about those. Usage is required. Key grab. No. So what's going to do here is taking some data, and what it's doing with the data in our key, I'm assuming the data is probably the session that we already have, and the key here, oh, there we go, right here. It says create HMAC using an algorithm. So in this case, I'm assuming is SHA-1, like we see right here. This is the algorithm, and then it's encoding it. So, okay, let's go back to it and just quickly talk about this. So they're taking is the data, and we want to replicate this pretty much. We want to use Python to replicate this entire thing. So what they're using here is they're taking our session, and they're taking this algorithm, and using the key, they're creating a new HMAC, and then they're updating the data, and then they're fixing it, and that's how they create our session. And I think it's a little bit of none of that makes sense as I say it, but I think once we start actually looking at our reproduction steps of this in Python, it may make a little bit more sense. So there's a couple of things here that we need to know is one, we know what algorithm they use. We know that they take your data and they base 64, just like we also saw here where they took this and it was a base 64. This one, I don't think is base 64 at all. But what they're doing down here is they're using that algorithm and that key to create this, and then they're going to sign our session with it. So we're going to quickly go to here. And what I did earlier is I wrote this key in here. So that's our key. And what I'm going to do here is we're going to look at this, and maybe this will make a little bit more sense. So we're going to replicate this exact thing. And if you look at it, it's kind of similar to what they have here. We're doing the same thing. We're using digest to encode. We're doing that here. We're encoding our data to make it easier to pass to these functions with Python. And what we require here is there's two things. One, before we go through all this code, the first thing is we want our app secret key. That's the one that we found through exploiting this box, and it gave us, that's how we got the key, and that was the first step to owning this application with that iframe that we saw earlier. The second thing is we want to take a look at the admin session. And the admin session is what we saw earlier from just looking at our user. We saw that it's passing a session. And let me pull up Burp Suite really quickly. Right here, we saw that it's passing a session. And then here is where it defines the username. So what we want to do is, I think this is the admin already. No, it's not. We're going to make this admin, and we're going to encode it as base 64, and we're going to pass it into here. So these are the main two keys that we need. This one was through hacking the application and pulling it from the code, and the second one is just us base 64ing it and assigning the username admin to it. So let's take a look at this now and see how we can do this. So just to go back to it, everything that we have done so far, we found an SSRF or a path traversal through the SVG converter or exporter on the app. Then we were able to exploit that and pull our key. We looked at GitHub and we found that they're using this cookie sessions, and that relies on key grip. And looking at key grip, we were able to understand how the session signature is being created. And a lot of it is just looking at the code and just bringing that JavaScript code and writing it in Python. So what we're going to do here, just to also make it a little bit easier, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it print some of this data so we can actually look at what it looks like. So we're going to do print signed data. This is just encoding it so we can pass it through. I don't think this is going to work, but we're just going to print it anyways. I don't think it's going to give us the data we want here. But let's just run this now that we have it. And hopefully this works. It doesn't. Let's go back. What did I mess up? Oh, it's Python 3. That's why. And this is, so let's go back. This is the same value for a signature, but it's just making it URL safe by taking that equal sign out. And what it's doing is it's creating a whole cookie session for us. So just so you guys could see it again, what I did this, we could have just had it print out our signature, but I want to make my life easier. So I'm having it just print a cookie for me by taking the admin session, which is something that we already know. It's hard coded for us. And then also the session signature is what we are doing here. One more time, we're going to just pass it to our sign right here. It's going to take this admin session and it's going to take this app secret. And the other one was like, I think they call it data and key. And this one we call it session and secret, almost same thing. And then it's going to pass it through here. It's going to use HMAC with our secret, our session, and then the algorithm is SHA-1. And it's going to create that for us. And then it's going to put them all together and print it out as a solution for us. And what we're going to do here is we're going to copy and we're going to go back to this thing. We're going to take proxy. We're going to open it and hopefully our solution works. So if this does work, it looks like it's missing session here. Hold on. Good thing we caught it. So if we do this, didn't work. Let's try it one more time. Let me see what's wrong with our POC here. So let's add, it's missing session equals to, let's do this one more time. So this is our valid. So let's see if this works. So it looks like this request works. It didn't give us a 500. Now we have to see, I didn't do the right request. I'm going to do this to the dashboard now. I did it to the API and the API call came back. So hopefully this also works. So now that we have that cookie and we logged in, it looks like we have a pretty image here. I'm going to actually go to the source. And we have our flag for this CTF challenge. Cool. So that is kind of the thought process for me personally. When I see something server side like an SVG or HTML or anything that could be rendered on the server side, always screams SSRF, path traversal, XXC, those kinds of things. With an SVG is even more fun because you have more of an attack vector. You can either do XXC, you can do other things with SVG, you can do iframes, you can do a bunch of different things. I think payload, all the things, has a list of all the different attack vectors you have with SVGs. So hopefully that kind of helped. If you have any more questions, you can always find me at NahamSec. I'm on all social media platforms. You can always find me. Send me your questions. Hopefully you're enjoying this, and hopefully you're having a great time, and hopefully you all enjoy the remainder of the events. And I'll see you all hopefully next year, or if not, at the next one, or one of the conferences in the
For some reason, all of the talks are cut a little bit. We didn't expect it, but it's okay. That was NahamSec. Thank you so much for making the time and the effort to create this video. Now, next, what do we have? So yes, to some people that they were saying some things in the chat, yes, all of the talks are going to be uploaded on our YouTube channel. So make sure right after the end of the event, you will be able to see the whole stream with timestamps and go ahead where you want. But also, we will upload them separately after the talk, after tomorrow. After tomorrow, I was going to say, but I meant tomorrow. So there are 3 talks pending. The next talk is from our amazing sponsor. Then we have Ippsec, and at the end, yours truly, of course, CertBros, that is going to teach Hacking 101 for all of you new hackers. So let me give me 1 minute in order to get onto this presentation. How everyone is doing? Are you doing great? Thank you that you said you're doing great. How do you find the talks as of now, guys? Is it enjoying? Is it something that you would like to see more from us, not just from big events? Like maybe do that sooner. So what do you think of the presentations as of now? Good, you're dead. Amazing, thank you so much, Rini. Pretty confusing, but thanks. Confusing, but why? Because it's a little bit difficult. They might seem a lot, but there is something that is very Gen Z. You may know it. It's called manifestation, and they also use it in yoga. Sometimes, even when you cannot understand something, even if you put it just in the background, it still works in the back of your mind. So don't be afraid and don't feel bad if you don't understand something. It will manifest it in some way. Just listen and take your time in order to do them. Thank you so much, Jack, for your kind words. They are awesome. Thank you, guys. Best talks as of now, hopefully. We are trying to make the talks every time even better. Representation would really enjoy seeing more of this, create Discord and help look like myself. But why? We do it. On our Discord, we have special channels for noobs, and also we have academy tutoring if you go and authenticate your academy account over there. Yeah, we have a lot of noob material, and also many of the Discord mods are here in the chat today, that you can speak to them and discuss, and also go to the chat. Our amazing Discord team never sleeps. That's why I have so many of them. So yeah. Let's go. So the next talk is, sorry, Discord as in talk, not Discord the app. To do a Discord talk about how to use Discord. We will have a blog soon about how to use Discord in general. So the next talk is from our sponsor, Your Information. It's going to be 10 minutes, but it's going to be about, you all are familiar, I think, with the term red teaming. So guess what? We are going to have some tips, details, memoirs, and many more from Your Information and the red teaming in banking. So if you're interested and you want to watch it, 10 minutes of red team magic in banking systems, stay here. And right after that, we will be going and have the talk that all of you are waiting today, How to Lose a Pen Tester in 10 Days by yours truly, our Lord and Savior, Ippsec. Let's give it up to Your Information.
Hi everyone. I'm very happy to be here for this live Hack the Box event. I hope you are ready to solve all the challenges tomorrow. It will be a great moment. So I'm Vianney Solos, the web team manager of Your Information, the fintech of the Crédit Mutuel Alliance Fédérale Group. We are based in France, and we have a lot of operation in Europe and more. So first of all, I want to thank Hack the Box for the great work they do and the good and really quality trainings. So it's why we have the Hack the Box Enterprise Edition in our team to train every day and every week. So it's really cool to have this type of platform. I want to focus in web team, but before I like to share with you the different opportunities we have in our company. We are a big company with all the cybersecurity jobs open, so you can find open job in the blue team, in the red team, of course, in governance department like PCI DSS or SMSI, DevSecOps. You just need to find and to search on our website if you want. So today I want to focus in web team operation because it's my daily job, of course. Web team is we have a lot of operation in web team, but it's not only only that, we have a lot of different activities, and I want to focus on it. So, in terms of operation, we have web team and pen test most of time. But to be sure, I want to specify the difference between the web team and pen test. Even so, a lot of you already know the two approach. I want to be sure. So web team is more focused on a realistic approach of an attack. So we have a target to reach. When we reach our target, the operation is finished. So we have more free reign, and we can do as well physical intrusion, social engineering, to steal credential and reuse it. So it's more realistic for that. In a pentest operation, we want to see maximum of vulnerabilities during the time we have within a scope and precise scope we give us. So, of course, we'll test all the application and we want to find most vulnerabilities during that time. For example, top 10 OWASP for the injection, security session, cryptography of data in the website, server security configuration, this type of things. So we have a big playground in our company because of the size and because of our infrastructure. We have our own data center. We have our private cloud. So we have security in all of different technology, and it's really cool to test the vulnerability on that. We have as well other activities like a purple team with a lot of with a big synchronization with our blue team. So of course to improve our detection rules and security tools. So yes, it's very cool, and we help in exploiting zero-day vulnerabilities and see if we have impact, a real impact in our infrastructure or not. It's the global view of what we do in our team. So we have as well need to be automated because in our activities we need to be more productive. So for that we have developed some tools and platform. So for example, we have a phishing platform to do social engineering scenarios. We have a Quack platform to quack the hash value we steal doing our audit. We have our own CNC command and control tool to bypass our security tools and be more Ippsec. And of course, we have some physical materials like you see in a Hack5 structure, implants, evil USB key, frequency antenna, NFC card, duplicator, this type of things. So now you will see a short demo of some of our tools to be more concrete. So I let you see and enjoy. hope you have enjoyed this talk, and I wish you a great event. Of course, we also have a CTF team for this event, so stay tuned, enjoy, and have fun.
And that was it. That was it from our sponsor, your information. And now, let's go to the next talk that many of you have been waiting for. So, there are a lot of people wondering how to keep a pen tester, how to upskill your security team, how to upscale your skills. But have you ever wondered how to lose a pen tester in 10 days? Actually, Ippsec is going to showcase us an interesting talk. Actually, I have not seen it as well. And I'm really curious what he has to say because it's a very intriguing title. Let me see some of your comments if you have anything to ask. Many jobs now in fintech. Yes, we have seen. You watched the CertBros yesterday. Yes, that's nice. As Hack the Box said in the chat, YouTube did something good. NahamSec, thank you so much for joining the chat. Nothing but love to you. Perfect. No other question. So let's go. What time the CTF will begin tomorrow? Nice. A question. 1 p.m. UTC. I don't know where you are located, but please do the math and make sure to join to this amazing CTF. If you go to ctf.hackthebox.com and you go to upcoming CTFs, there you will see listed the one and only Cyber Apocalypse CTF with tons of prizes, $35K, including cash, swag, anything. Amazing content, 70 plus challenges from very beginner to advanced. So with no other delays, let's go to yours truly, Ippsec.
What is going on? I am Ippsec, and this is going to be how to lose a pen tester in 10 days. If you came for the memes based upon the title of this talk, sadly, there are none. Our graphics department does too good of a job with these slide decks. It felt like a crime to put memes on it. But I felt like the plot of the movie fits what I wanted to talk about, so I used the title. If you don't know how to lose a guy in 10 days, the story's about Matthew McConaughey making a bet with his guy friends that he can win any girl over in 10 days. And Kate Hudson makes a bet with her girlfriends, or maybe it's reporter friends. I haven't seen the movie in a little bit. But her bet is that she can lose any guy in 10 days. They don't know the end goal of each other, so really they just drive each other crazy. But in typical rom-com fashion, it works out in the end. What I took away from this is both parties were burnt out on dating, and when they decided to try something new and spice it up, it worked out. While this probably isn't good advice for the dating world, maybe it is if you're getting advice from an InfoSec person, I have other questions. But in terms of InfoSec, I think this helps a lot with burnout. Now, hear me out. There's a lot of reasons for burnout. One of the most common reasons, at least the reason that plagued me, is just doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So if you're a red teamer, blue teamer, bug bounty person, sysadmin, SOC, etc., and you just use the same playbook over and over again and expect different results, you'll likely either burn out or become insane like me. So just take a walk in another one's shoes, and you may be surprised at how much you grow and learn. So with that being said, let's get into the goals of this talk. The main thing is I just want to show the importance of thinking outside the box and get people away from the idea of what is the point if it can be bypassed, or really, what is the point of what I'm doing, right? And I also want to build blue team motivation by redefining how to find value in what you do. Those small 1-hour side projects eventually pay off huge. Detections are a lot like the lottery, right? If you just play the lottery once, chances are you won't win. If you play the lottery a lot, chances are you won't win, but maybe you will. Your chances are better than if you just played once, right? And I see a lot of red teamers laugh at like Yara rules often that blue teamers create because most Yara rules can be easily bypassed. However, it's not about bypassing one Yara rule. I mean, the blue teamer played the lottery 1,000 times. Bypassing all of them becomes different. It's a lot like the question, would you rather fight a 1 horse-sized duck, which is in the case of EDR, I guess, in this, or 100 duck-sized horses, which could be Yara rules. It sucks fighting both of them, depending on how good the horse-sized duck is, I guess. But the mindset is there's strength in numbers. And the last thing I just want to do is kind of help shape the attacker mindset. So they learn a lot about these defensive things you can do. So they bring as much value as they can to an organization in that small time span they're working with them. But before we get into this talk or too far into it, I want to come clean so you can decide if you want to trust the words coming out of my mouth or not. I was a blue teamer for the better part of a decade. I kind of have a bit of an identity crisis. I don't know what to consider myself. Blue, red, sysadmin, attacker, trainer. I don't know. But as a blue teamer, I cut corners. It shouldn't come as a surprise because, I mean, most people know me. I cut corners all the time, but I used to too, right? For example, there were many rules that were enforced by the firewall and policy that said you can't access production from home. That doesn't mean the sysadmin weren't accessing production from home because the development environment could access prod remotely, and admins would typically just SSH into dev, establish tunnels to prod so they could work from home before it was a thing back in like early 2010s. It's not right, but I mean, it just happens. A lot of security is just checking a box saying it's risk accepted or mitigated, and you give some BS reason to why that risk doesn't apply to your organization. It wasn't until I started attacking systems that I really started valuing those silly hardening things, right? My mindset was always, we can't be hacked. It wasn't, we just have to stop some attacks that it is nowadays. Attackers aren't going to evade every defensive notification event. Anyone that says they can execute code or bypass CrowdStrike is just saying they can get their implant calling back. It doesn't mean CrowdStrike isn't telling the defenders, hey, something fishy is going on. You should look at it, right? Anything can be bypassed. But covert doesn't mean surreptitious. And this is a terminology I learned when I was trying to go more into the physical pen testing thing and breaking into buildings, because locks were around for like 4,000 to 6,000 years. So like their terminology and stuff, InfoSec is really just catching up on it. Here's a talk that really inspired me from early 2009, or maybe it's late 2009. It's Black Hat USA. But it talks about how many instructors and speakers portray many techniques in a manner that people to believe they cannot be detected. And that's the whole idea behind surreptitious and covert, right? Covert entry means it's non-destructive, does not leave obvious forensic evidence that can be discovered by regular users, but a qualified forensic investigator can identify covert entry. Surreptitious entry means qualified investigators may not be able to identify it, right? Many people don't think or don't know that if you pick a lock and look at the pins under a microscope, you can easily identify that lock was picked. So that would be an example of covert entry. If you just pick a lock to a door, open the door, walk in, covert. It's not surreptitious because an investigator can find out. If you wanted to go in surreptitious territory, let's say that door had a magnet lock on it and you walked in once upon a time, put a piece of tape over the magnet to weaken the magnetic pull. And then before opening that door, you found out where the door sensor was, put magnets on that door so the door sensors thought the door was closed when it was really open. That would go into surreptitious entry, right? And I say this is akin to InfoSec because if you have an unhardened system, almost any attack is going to be surreptitious, right? It's once you start putting those hardening things in to stop things or create alerts that many attacks leave the surreptitious world and move to covert. So that's what stop some attacks means in my mind, right? So we got group policy FIPS mode. I know a lot of people are like, wait, what? He's talking about FIPS? There's no way this can provide any benefit to security at all because FIPS just blocks crypto things, right? No one does these attacks like crime or breach or those big name crypto vulnerabilities. But I was surprised when I was pen testing a bank that had this enabled and it blocked a lot of my tunneling tools, because my tools love living off the land using like the internal Windows functionality. I want to say like system function 32 or something, whatever XOR is. And FIPS mode blocked it. So I couldn't get my tunnels working on the box, which was at the time how I bypassed a lot of AV. I stopped running tools on the box itself, established tunnels back to my attacker box. So I didn't run like Bloodhound on my initial victim. I just tunneled the Bloodhound from my computer to the DC so things couldn't see it, right? So FIPS mode, it's not going to stop all attacks, but that one time it actually blocks bad crypto, you get the alert. Now it's no longer, that attack is no longer surreptitious. It moves to the covert realm much more easily. Web server hardening. This is going to be an easy one, right? Disable dangerous functions like system. Attackers like to get back to what is familiar as soon as possible, aka shells, right? I often viewed this as like a developer thing. Our website didn't use systems, so why bother putting in rules to block it? I wasn't thinking about attackers using PHP code or injecting code to get a shell back, right? I never thought about what attackers could inject into the web server. I just thought about what existed. Also, learn SE Linux. At minimum, put it in permissive mode and put a lot of like rules in place. One of the coolest thing of SE Linux in terms of a web server is you can alert when the web server initiates a connection, because most web servers don't initiate connections unless it's like Yum, apt, or things like that. But if SE Linux applies to Apache or Nginx or whatever your web server is, they can get alerted when that process initiates a connection, which most likely is going to be a reverse shell or something fishy, right? Also, put centralized logging in, because if you don't have centralized logging, you're going to get a lot of these alerts and you're probably not going to see them. But don't let not having centralized logging prevent you from doing things like installing sysmon, because I've never really seen attackers clear logs. A lot of people say, well, I'm not going to deploy sysmon because we don't have centralized logging, so I have no way to view the logs, right? But it's not about that. It's about all the visibility sysmon gives you. So after a system gets attacked, you can now see what happened when you're looking at the system, right? It really sucks to get called in, do investigation on a system, and the logs just aren't there. Well, if they aren't there, that's good, right? If attackers clear the logs, then it just becomes a CTF. Like, you know, something bad happened on that system. But if the system isn't logging to begin with, it becomes really hard to know if a system is compromised or not. So let's get into the next topic, which is going to be credential hardening, because almost every attack chain is going to involve bad credentials at one point or another. Whenever you see a breach in the news, they always talk about how bad the credentials were. There's some outrage on the InfoSec community, and really it's a problem that plagues everyone, right? Because once someone's on the network, it's no longer about exploits. Most of the time, it's going to be some bad password or something there. Credential audits are a necessity. The longer an organization goes without credential audits, the larger the problem becomes and the harder it is to fix, right? The easiest way on an Active Directory domain to perform your initial one is performing secrets dump, add password last set, user status, and history, and handle those results with care, because that is the crown jewel of your environment. But you can do a lot of analysis based upon the NTLM hashes you get back in order to find people that just have bad password habits, find old passwords, or just things in general, right? The next thing you need to do is find out what tools your developers use and make sure you have things hunting for like their configuration files. One of the big common ones is like a database admin leaving his database config file somewhere that users can access. And if you look at the config file, the password is encrypted. But the bad thing is the password is encrypted, and it's encrypted poorly. It's just a static key that's in the application he's using. So if you go download whatever app he uses, open up the config, there's normally a button that says show password, and you can view his password because it's reversible, right? So config files are a huge one. The next thing is taking previously used passwords that like were used globally and scan computers, file shares, repositories for any file that contains it to see if you have passwords laying around you didn't really realize. Once you kind of do password audits, then you can go into things like installing LAPS. And this is going to be like local admin password solution. It's been talked about a lot now. I'm sure you know about it. But the key thing is the RID 500, which is like default admin accounts, often don't lock out, and people don't change them that often. One of the biggest security things when it comes to a local admin or workstation isn't the password. It's if the password is expired and the attacker is having trouble resetting the expired password on that local account, right? So install LAPS to prevent that from being a problem. The next thing is make sure you harden LSAS so people can't dump it. Many people just get like an EDR that watches over it, but you can disable wdigest, make sure it runs as a protected process, and disable cache credentials. These are all like group policy things. If you just look at, you'll find out, right? The other thing is the protected users group. make all your admins a member of this, and make sure your admins have separate accounts for admin things, right? Don't use domain like the regular user account should not be admin, right? What the protective user group is going to do is prevent a lot of unsafe things from happening with that administrator. It's going to break things like single sign-on, so they can't just type a file share and magically access it because their password isn't cached, and whenever they get a CertBros ticket, it's relatively like constrained, so they can't just access anything. But it's going to be a lot harder to attack members of this user.
Hello all. We are having a small technical issue. Give me a few minutes and I will try to see what happened. I think I know. So give me 1 second. Let's see how... I will add the presentation from another repo, so everything will be perfect. Till everything is okay and button up, are you enjoying the talks as of now? Hope everything is okay. Let me see. Community. No, not Ippsec hacked. We had some network issues. I did not reboot the computer, otherwise the whole stream would have ended. I'm a blonde, but maybe not that much. Give me 1 second. See, these things happen in live streams. Yes, maybe Ippsec had something else very important to do. Maybe save the world or something. And we have a couple of minutes till the issue is resolved. So let's do a little bit of a QA. So what are the things that you are most excited for about the cyber apocalypse? Yes, this is the HTTP office. If you ask me, the things that I'm more excited about the cyber apocalypse to see the things that they have put in the team inside, the content and how that depicts in the theme and how everything is solved. So this is something that I'm really keen on, like to solve the challenges and actually learn the story. This is one thing that I'm very, I'm waiting for tomorrow. And something else that I'm waiting is, let me see, to see actually who is next, who is the first, because the first year it was AI generated. The second year was Crusaders of Trust. Crusaders of Trust. What are we going to do tomorrow? Who knows? Well, not tomorrow, in 5 days. So we will be, as I see it, fix the issue, giveaway time when? Well, actually, we will be having a giveaway very soon and shortly. Not today, actually. We will be having a giveaway in Sorry, because there is some issue in the stream. Perfect. Give me 1 second, and I will upload the new talk. If perfect.
What is going on? I am
And I'm going not, I will resume from the start. I know this is going to put us in a little, what else should I do? I should put it from the start, or should I put it again from the end? Do you want to type in the comments? I will continue from where we were in order to keep for the sake of the flow. And yeah, so I think it was about 12 minutes, and I'm coming back.
Ippsec, and this is going to be how to lose a pen tester in 10 days. If attackers clear the logs, then it just becomes a CTF. Like, you know, something bad happened on that system. But if the system isn't logging to begin with, it becomes really hard to know if a system is compromised or not. So let's get into the next topic, which is going to be credential hardening, because almost every attack chain is going to involve bad credentials at one point or another. Whenever you see a breach in the news, they always talk about how bad the credentials were. There's some outrage on the InfoSec community, and really, it's a problem that plagues everyone, right? Because once someone's on the network, it's no longer about exploits. Most of the time, it's going to be some bad password or something there. Credential audits are a necessity. The longer an organization goes without credential audits, the larger the problem becomes and the harder it is to fix, right? The easiest way on an Active Directory domain to perform your initial one is performing secrets dump, add password last set, user status, and history, and handle those results with care, because that is the crown jewel of your environment. But you can do a lot of analysis based upon the NTLM hashes you get back in order to find people that just have bad password habits, find old passwords, or just things in general, right? The next thing you need to do is find out what tools your developers use and make sure you have things hunting for like their configuration files. One of the big common ones is like a database admin leaving his database config file somewhere that users can access. And if you look at the config file, the password is encrypted, but the bad thing is the password is encrypted, and it's encrypted poorly. It's just a static key that's in the application he's using. So if you go download whatever app he uses, open up the config, there's normally a button that says show password, and you can view his password because it's reversible, right? So config files are a huge one. The next thing is taking previously used passwords that like were used globally and scan computers, file shares, repositories for any file that contains it to see if you have passwords laying around you didn't really realize. Once you kind of do password audits, then you can go into things like installing LAPS. And this is going to be like local admin password solution. It's been talked about a lot now. I'm sure you know about it. But the key thing is the RID 500, which is like default admin accounts, often don't lock out, and people don't change them that often. One of the biggest security things when it comes to a local admin or workstation isn't the password. It's if the password is expired and the attacker is having trouble resetting the expired password on that local account, right? So install LAPS to prevent that from being a problem. The next thing is make sure you harden LSASS so people can't dump it. Many people just get like an EDR that watches over it, but you can disable wdigest, make sure it runs as a protected process, and disable cache credentials. These are all like group policy things. If you just look at, you'll find out, right? The other thing is the protected users group. Make all your admins a member of this, and make sure your admins have separate accounts for admin things, right? Don't use domain like the regular user account should not be admin, right? What the protective user group is going to do is prevent a lot of unsafe things from happening with that administrator. It's going to break things like single sign-on, so they can't just type a file share and magically access it because their password isn't cached, and whenever they get a CertBros ticket, it's relatively like constrained, so they can't just access anything. But it's going to be a lot harder to attack members of this protected user group. And then the final thing is establish some honey accounts. So people can't just CertBros everything, right? There's a video, if you just go to ippsec.rocks, type honey account, I'm sure you'll find it. But it's not the fact that like honey accounts are supposed to be hidden. It's once the adversary finds a honey account, they're going to start questioning every move they do. Suddenly, this one bad account that you haven't changed the password to in 5 years, the adversary may see it and be like, I'm not going to try that account immediately because it's probably a honey account, right? You want to force the adversary to question every single move. And in that mind, you think of slowing them down and not preventing, right? The defender's mindset is now assume breach. It used to be don't let any attacker in, but now the mindset is assume we're compromised. So defenses should also assume breach. So whenever there is a breach, you want to make sure you slow them down as much as possible, remove surreptitious entries to make them covert so your tools can discover them. The longer you, or the more you slow them down, the greater chance you have at discovering them, right? So let's talk about stopping some more attacks. The whole covert surreptitious thing is still there because I find that to be incredibly important, right? The best way to stop some more attacks is host-based firewalls, right? We talked earlier about like developers leaving behind a database config file. Why can any computer in your organization access the database on port 3306, right? Put some firewalls in place to prevent that. You could do some network firewalls, which are great. I know I'm going to get some flack for saying host-based firewalls because you can bypass them. But again, just because you can bypass doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, right? Putting in a host-based firewall to prevent that means the adversary needs to get administrator on it. They need to make firewall changes, which gets alerts created. And also, the Active Directory firewall is amazing. You can create like firewall rules based upon accounts, groups, OUs, things like that. So don't sleep on host-based firewalls. Once you start using them, you'll realize how powerful they are over your typical just like Palo Alto or Cisco. It's not ASA anymore, is it? Whatever fancy firewall you want to use. Like host-based firewalls are great. Set up honeypots. The honeypot I absolutely hate is just a random web server on your network that sends an email whenever a new computer talks to it, because the first thing attackers like finding is out-of-date web applications because that's where most of the CVEs are. So if you just stand up a random web server that looks legitimate, has 443 on your internal network, maybe even port 80, chances are the attacker is going to at least make a web request to it in an attempt to identify it, right? So that honeypot will discover that. It'll discover Nmap being ran, which attackers really don't do all that often. But yeah, honeypots are great. And also sign all the things, right? It's an easy group policy that you can force on SMB and LDAP to prevent a lot of relaying and man-the-middle attacks that are found on advanced testing, right? It's rare, but sometimes SMB signing doesn't work on everything, right? Dumb devices such as printers are famous for not allowing SMB signing. Maybe something you need to talk, something needs to talk to the printer. The printer needs to write to a file share, and it can't do SMB signing. That's where your honeypots came in, because when the attacker knows you have honeypots and sees that 2 or 3 servers that don't have signing, they may start thinking, hey, this is a honeypot. We shouldn't relay credentials here because we're going to get caught if we do, right? Honeypots are great at slowing adversaries down or detecting them. Like, it's either going to detect them or slow them down. Both is a win in my book. So we're getting near the end of the slide. Here are things to talk about if you're worried about burnout and want to explore new areas, right? Alerting and detection. Find ways to look for attacks. Whenever you play a hack the box machine, think about how you can create an attack and look at like the awesome Yora GitHub repository and find a place to commit whatever detection you made to the open source community. All these new areas we talk about is going to be great for finding a job, because a lot of jobs require some type of work experience, and it's hard to get work experience when you don't have a job. But the open source community is a great place to get that experience, at least bolster your resume, right? If I see someone that commits like 1 Yora rule a month of just detection, I'm likely going to hire them over someone that doesn't do any of that, right? Segmenting networks. We talked about the host firewalls, right? Most people think of firewalls as inbound only. Learn how to configure outbound rules so attackers no longer just say, hey, I'm going to get on this box and now SSH here. Like, they may think, does this box have a legitimate purpose to SSH? If it doesn't, I'm not going to do it, right? And that's, again, slowing them down by segmenting your network. Get away from flatland, which is just one big network where anything can access everything. Another good technique or technology is web logging, or just advanced web logging. Things like APM, application performance monitoring, bug snatch, mod security, Cloudflare, a bunch of things to just enhance your weblogging. If you can get into an interview and they don't do any advanced weblogging, which most organizations don't, just ask like anyone, how often do you see mod security used, right? The answer is probably going to be almost never. So if you can convince them that you'd be able to increase their security through good weblogging, that'd be great, right? And you'll probably get that job. Network IDSs are also a great thing. A lot of attacks have done a really good job at looking normal and obfuscating themselves in memory, but it's really hard to hide on the wire, right? So that's where the network IDS comes in. I want to say it's Microsoft ATP, the Advanced Threat Protection. Maybe they changed the name now, but they started implementing, or they contributed to Zeek, which used to be called Bro. It's like a network IDS tool, and they're running it on the host endpoint and creating alerts for like when processes are now talking LDAP that normally don't talk LDAP, right? It's going to be really hard for those C2 tools to fake that. It's, again, slowing the attacker down, making them to think, is this going to be a legitimate thing? If it's not, then it's probably going to be detected because Notepad has no reason to talk to LDAP. Well, actually, thinking about that in my head, I know Notepad may talk LDAP or it may talk to LSASS when it's looking for a printer to print to, right? Those are just those weird oddities you learn when you start looking at network detection, things like that. But Zeek is a great tool to learn. Azure Technologies, this is also going to be a great one because many sysadmins don't like change. And group policy may be a thing of the past with how Intune works with Azure now, right? And if you're a red teamer, learn Intune, because if you compromise a admin of Office 365, get on his account, you may be able to use Intune to push out a malicious package to all the computers from your house, right? You don't even have to get on their VPN or on their internal network because for some reason the cloud makes the internal network on the like DMZ or whatever. I don't like Azure in terms of security. Many people do. I'm not an expert in it, so I'll leave that for another talk potentially. The final thing, again, we've said it many times, almost every slide has a thing. Look at honeypots. You got honey accounts, web services, tokens, files, workstations, Cowrie, honey domains, etc. Like there are so many things out there that you can do with deceptive technology. So with that being said, that's going to be the end of the talk. But I think I have a little bit of time, and I know NahamSec would be very sad if I didn't say it. So I'm going to miss you, honey boo, 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 boo. So don't let me miss you. Find me on Twitter or YouTube at Ippsec. Take care, guys, and I will see you all next time.
I am shocked by that. I wouldn't believe Ippsec would say that I will miss you, Boo-Boo. We will miss you too, also. And yes, it was in fact an amazing talk. I love the intro and the comparison with the movie. How is all of you guys? We're almost there. We saved, I don't know, it's the best for last because it is everyone's preference, but there is a new content creator out there on YouTube that does amazing content. He also helps us a lot with Academy. And yes, now we're going to go straight on CertBros, that he's going to show an absolute beginner's guide to hacking. Let me see. You're pretty tired since you're here. Yes, I know you're pretty tired. Imagine us doing the stream. I know it's intense. It's like a little prep before the CTF. When in Eco Party, we came in Eco Party. Me and Panawesome, the guy from the first talk after mine, we were there and it was amazing. And along with Nicholas Fritz, an amazing colleague of ours. If there are not any other questions, we will go to the final talk. I will say that before we go to the talk. It's very interesting that in this stream, you discuss a lot about gym. Never thought that would happen in a stream of us, to be honest. I thought, I would say though, even for that, a tip, don't do it just for the gym or the gains. Do it because you like it and then do it for your health. This is the only way that you will do it forever and it will actually be extremely beneficial for your health. And after also the gym, let me grab a CertBros it's not in the chat. So give me 1 second. We will go in a very small break and we will be back with CertBros. Thank you very much. And we are back. Sorry for the small break. It was just in order to get everything in order and introduce you the last talk of the day for CertBros. So, as some of you may know, the next topic is about the absolute beginner's guide to hacking from CertBros. We're going to link his channel also in the chat. Shout out if you're still here and watching us. I know it might be pretty late for you. And let's have an amazing talk with CertBros right now. And I cannot add it. Okay, perfect.
This workshop. Now, before we do anything, I just want to say a massive thank you to the team over at Hack the Box for putting on such a great event, but for also inviting me to come along and take part. Now, this is my first Cyber Apocalypse talk, but hopefully just one of many. Now, this workshop is all about a beginner's guide to web hacking. Now, before we jump into that though, however, as I'm aware of most of you probably don't know who I am, I just want to take a quick second to introduce myself. So my name is Sam Thompson. I have, scarily thinking about it, 10 plus years of IT experience. Now, about 7 of those is in the security space, working for some of the world's largest security vendors. Now, aside from my day job, I also teach computer networking and security. And I've also put in an aspiring script kiddie because even though I have those years of IT experience and security experience, I still class myself as being very new in the ethical hacking space. So like a lot of you watching, I'm still learning all of this stuff. And Hack the Box has been a great resource for me to do that. Now, moving on, this workshop, we're actually going to be doing a walkthrough of a past CTF challenge. So the past Cyber Apocalypse 2022 Intergalactic Post. Now, if you are a Hack the Box VIP subscriber, you can actually go back and access past challenges. And the way you would do that is you would go to Hack the Box, go to tracks on the left-hand side. Then you can select the Cyber Apocalypse 2022 track. And in here, you will find all of the past challenges, including the Intergalactic Post Challenge, which is what we're going to be doing the walkthrough today on. Once you select it, you can start the instance up and download the challenge files. So let me jump into my Kali box and we'll get started. So as you can see, I've already downloaded the challenge folder and it's there called Intergalactic Post on the desktop. Now, when you're approaching a web challenge like this, more often than not, you're going to want to look at the requests that you're sending to the web server and what they're sending back. Now, the easiest way to do that is by opening an application called Burp. So we'll go to the menu button and type Burp and open that up. We'll click OK through the prompts. We'll go to a temporary project, that's fine, and use the defaults. So what Burp does or allows us to do is to view and even modify the requests being sent to the web server. So to do that, we just go over to Proxy, and the easiest way to set Burp up is just to press this Open Browser button right here from the Proxy tab. If I click that, it's going to open up a Chrome browser for us to use. So what I'm going to do is go over to Hack the Box, grab my IP address for my target, and paste it right into here. So this is now our target website. As you can see, lots of cool graphics going on, but other than that, not really much to it. It looks like this is an email sign-in form. Now, a good place to start with these web challenges is very, very basic. I like to start looking at the source information. So we can press Control U and open up the source. Now here we may see comments from the developers. There might be references to other interesting fields. Lots of interesting things can be found here in the source. Now for this particular challenge, I've actually already looked through this, and bit of a spoiler alert, there's nothing in here for us to look at. But it's always a good place to start and quite often missed when you want to dive straight into the more advanced stuff. So what we'll do, we'll close this down and we're back to this main page. So as we said, this looks like an email opt-in form. There's not much else going on here. So we could just go in here and we'll do a test. Subscribe me to the truth button. And we are then met with a message saying, please submit a valid email address. So this kind of indicates they're doing some sort of validation on that email, which is bad news for us because it kind of limits our option to playing around with this user input, especially as it seems to be the only thing that we seem to be able to do on this page. So just to double check that it is working, I am just going to go test at, let's go test.com. Definitely not my email address, so please don't send anything there. Hit subscribe, and yeah, email subscribed successfully. So they're definitely doing some sort of validation here to prove that what we're entering here is in fact a valid email address. So this would be a good place to go back to Burp and actually see what happened behind the scenes then. So if we go back to Burp and go to, so that's a previous session, we'll close that down. If we go back to HTTP history, what we're going to do is, or what we're going to be met with is all of the requests that we sent and what the responses we received were. Lots of GET requests, lots of JavaScript going on here, but interestingly, we have a couple of posts. So if we click on our first post, we're doing a post request to /subscribe. Now, this is all the header information, but down here, we simply have email equals test. So that was our first input. And the response here on the right was, please submit a valid email. Then we have a second post, again to /subscribe. This time it was with the valid email address. And then we were met with a successful message. So that's great to see, but there's not really much of us to play around with. There's just an email field. There's not much for us to change here. So we're kind of at a dead end. There's not a huge amount to change in the requests. There's nothing in the source information on the website. There's only a field that's validating emails. We're kind of stuck. So at this point, it would be a great move to go back and look at the source code that HackTheBox provided to us. So what we'll do is we'll minimize this and we'll go and focus our attention on this folder here. So we can click into here and we can see all of the information that HackTheBox provided to us. But the easiest way to look at this would be with some sort of text or code editor. There are loads of different options to do this, but one of the popular ones and the one I'm going to use is VS Code, which is Microsoft's free code editor and very, very powerful, allows us to see exactly what's going on here. So first thing I need to do is open up this folder. So I'm going to go to File, Open Folder, and it's on the desktop. So we go Desktop, Intergalactic Post, Web, and then Open. And this is going to open up our folder. So we can open up the challenge and we've got some files here. So this is quite clearly PHP files. So PHP being a coding or web coding language. Now you don't need to know PHP or you don't need to be an expert. Now, if you are an expert, fantastic. You're going to have such an easy time here. But if like me, you're not a PHP expert, then don't worry, because we can just look out for keywords and Google is going to be our best friend. If we kind of trying to figure out what something is doing, then Google is definitely our best friend here. Probably the best place to start off something like this is going to be in the index.php. So index being the main page of this site. So if I click onto index, we're going to see some of this PHP. Now we see references to controllers. We see references to models. And we also, if we look down here, we see reference to a database. So there's some sort of database happening in the background in the temp directory. Now we also see our post request. Remember, post to subscribe or /subscribe. And this is referencing subs controller. Now, if we were to look on the left-hand side, we have controllers and we have a file called subs controller. So let's take a look into that. In here, we see, it doesn't take us very long, but we can see something that looks potentially like the email function or the function to sign up for our email. We seem to be taking the user input of the email and saving that as the email variable. Now down here, it looks to be doing some sort of validation. And if you were to Google the filter_var, you would actually find out that this is doing the email validation to make sure that it is a correct format. And if it fails, that you can see the message to make sure that the valid email is submitted. Now, if it is valid, so we come down here and we can see reference to the subscriber model. Again, on the left-hand side, we see models. So it doesn't take us much to look at models and see there's a file called subscribermodel.php. So let's take a look into there. Now in here we have a function and it seems to be taking or looking for a field called httpx forwarded for and using that for the get subscriber IP. If we look further down, it seems to then use that get subscriber IP and save that as the variable IP_address. And just below there, it seems to indicate that it's inserting into a database not only that IP underscore address, but also the email variable as well. So then we can see the database on the left. There is a database file. Let's click there. First thing that we should have a look, we can see is we have reference, there it is there, to SQLite. So SQLite is a type of database. So now we know what type of database is running on the back end here is SQLite, which could and will come in use for us. Now, if we were to scroll down a little bit here, we can actually see a SQL statement or an SQL statement. And it's here. Insert into the subscribers table, the column IP address and the column email, the variable IP address, which we just saw, and the variable email, which we know has to be a valid email address. So this gives us an opportunity because if we look here, it doesn't seem to be doing any validation on this SQL statement. Now, we already know we can't really modify this piece of information because it's looking for a valid email address. However, IP address, remember, if we go back to that subscriber model, we're using the get subscriber IP and potentially looking for something called a HTTPX forwarded for field. We may be able to use that and change that. So what we can do is simply just do a quick Google of what this is. So if I open up my Chrome and we'll do a quick search for that. And good old Wikipedia, we can see that the X forwarded for header field, so it's a header, is common method for identifying the originating IP address for a client connecting to a web server through a proxy. So that kind of makes sense as to why they're collecting that. So if a user was using a proxy, they want to try and get the originating IP address rather than the proxy IP address. So they're looking for that particular header. Now, Wikipedia is kind enough to even give us the format of that header. So we can go ahead and copy this. Now, the idea here is if we go back to our database, is we can control this field using the X header or X forwarded for and insert a malicious SQL statement or inject an SQL statement to then get control of this web server. So it's an SQL injection. And let me show you what I mean. So first of all, we need to add this header. So if we go back to Burp and we see our post, if we want to modify this, we just need to right click and send this to something called a repeater. Now, repeater allows us, and it's up here at the top, allows us to resend requests, but also change those requests before we send them. So to give you an example, here's the request. I could just resend it, and then I get the email subscribed successfully back. Now, if you look at the header information, we don't actually have that X forwarder header there. So what we can do is I'm just going to pop it under a referrer. I'm just going to paste that in, X forwarded for, and then we can put in our information. So let's go back to the code. And what we're looking for is a way to import or use some malicious code here. So what we're going to do is, just for reference, I'm going to take a copy of this SQL statement and I'm going to create a new file and I'm just going to paste that in. This is what we're working with. So our task is to find a payload that we can replace this section here with. So what we're going to do is go back to our Chrome, and a great place to find pre-made payloads is a place called Payloads All the Things. Payloads All the Things is a fantastic GitHub full of very common payloads. So if we click into here, there's tons and tons of payloads that we can use, and we just need to find the one that we need. So we are looking for a SQL injection. So if we scroll down with there's SQL injection, we'll click into there. then remember it's SQLite. So SQLite is here. And then we have a number of different payloads that we could potentially use against SQLite. Now, the one that looks interesting to us is the remote code execution using the attached database. So if we click onto there, it gives us this payload here, and we'll explain it in just a second. But for now, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to take that back into my Word document. Paste that in, and just to make it easier to see, I'm going to make that onto one line. And what we're going to try and do is insert or inject this SQL statement into our IP address field. So the first thing that it's going to be looking for is this bit. So this is the bit we're replacing, and we're going to need to finish it off so it doesn't error. So we're going to copy this part and put that at the front of our statement. And we're going to change this for an email address. So we're going to go, sorry, an IP address. So 1.1.1.1. That sounds good. And we need a valid email address. Remember, it will tell us off if we don't. So we'll go test@test.com. And that should finish, if we go back here, that should finish that statement here. So get rid of those bits. That should finish that. And then we're going to close this using a semicolon. But then we're going to insert our own SQL statement that it's not necessarily expecting, that will hopefully give us some control over this web server. So what this is doing is we're attaching a new database, and we're going to use a file called lol.php. And we're going to attach this as a database called LOL. Then we're going to create a table within that database called pwn, and insert some text to that table. And that text is a very basic PHP web shell. Now, the idea behind this is we'll be able to insert a file with a web shell that will execute when we browse to it, giving us control of the server. Now, I know that sounds complicated, but just give me a second. So, very first thing that we do need to change here, though, is the directory. Now, we could play around with this until this works, but there are some telltale signs of where to upload this file to. In fact, if we go to the config file here, there is a nice little config file here. And if we see our root directory is shown right here, so it's just www. So we're going to change our payload, just remove that var folder out to just www/lol.php. So by copying all of this, we should be able to trick the web application to inserting this new database. If I go back to our burp and insert our payload here, hit the send button, email subscribed successfully. So far, so good. We're going to now browse to a file that we hopefully uploaded. We don't know for sure because we're doing what's called a blind SQL injection here. We're going to look for this lol.php file. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back to our Chrome, our target. So remove all of this. And with a bit of luck, type lol.php. And we see some text. It's gibberish at the moment, but that's a good thing. There is a file there. So we've done something. We've added this file. Now, to take advantage of this web shell, what we need to do is add a question mark at the end, type cmd equals, and then we can use our commands. So a very common one, just to get an idea of if it works, is to type the id command. If we press enter, we can actually see at the end, you see that? That's a response from the server. So we have code execution on this machine. And the way we've done it is we crafted a SQL injection that kind of used the IP address field, and we used it to add a new database, which in turn added a new file, which allowed us to get this payload, this execution. So how do we find the flag? Hack2Box usually puts the flag somewhere in the root directory, so we can type ls space / to see what is in the root directory is always a good place to start. Press enter, and yep, in fact, I can see there is a text document in the root directory called flag. So if I wanted to see that, I would come in here, type cat space paste, and that is where I am going to leave it. Because if you do want to go ahead and try this yourself with your VIP subscription, then I don't want to ruin it for you. I want you to come in through here, find the flag, get the answers yourself rather than just copying it from here. So I'm going to leave you to go and find that yourself. But hopefully, I will flick back to my presentation now. There we go. So hopefully you found this valuable. You learned something from this workshop. And I just want to wish you all of the best in the CTF. And I will see you next time.
And that was it. Long stream, right? Yes, at the end we had some issues. We're very sorry. But it's going to be uploaded, and the upload is going to be 100%. Everything will be able to be edited. And yeah, thank you so much, CertBros, for this amazing talk. Do you have any questions that you want me guys to reply before we wrap up? Besides it, you can read. Yes, the dog is back. The dog name is Proxy. She's our mascot. The dog who makes the issue okay. Thank you, guys. It's a note to ourselves that for the next time we are going to test also all the talks on the stream to see how the ones that are pre-recorded, because it's very difficult for us to have everyone live at the same time and commit. We prefer to create a stream with amazing talks and put it like a puzzle. So anything else? Why can't I use a machine from the HTTP? That does not make sense. Okay, another question. Any HTTP giveaway? So yes, an HTTP giveaway. Of course, the dog was mad because I was citing in her ear. So what we're having is so throughout the competition, we will be asking all of you to send pictures from your LAN party. And from your LAN party, a lucky team we will have all the info tomorrow that the CTF is starting. And the people that are in the LAN party will win, all of them $100 swag card each. So yes, we are giving all this for the CTF. And the dog went crazy. I'm very happy to be here. Oh, did the new CTF launch? This is what was the purpose of the stream. If you didn't understand it, we didn't a really good job. So yes, thank you all of you so much. We are out. See you, all of you, tomorrow at the CTF, 1 p.m. UTC. It's starting sharp. And what else? What else do we want to say? That don't forget to like here and subscribe in our YouTube channel. Don't forget to follow us on our social media and go to ctf.hackthebox.com and try to tune in for tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone for joining, and we cannot wait to see you on the scoreboard. Thank you so much. Goodbye, and see you tomorrow.